I'm starting a new series to teach Spring Boot by building a URL shortener application. Most likely you know what a URL shortener application is. You can take a long URL and then convert into a short URL, and if anybody accesses that short URL, you will redirect the user to long URL. It's a very simple application, but we can learn a lot while building this application. In this application, we are going to use Spring Boot for building our web application and Spring Security for implementing security. And then we can use either JDBC client or spring-data-jpa. I prefer to start with JDBC client. Later, maybe we can see if we can replace the persistence layer with spring-data-jpa. And then we are going to use PostgreSQL as our database, Flyway for database migrations, and Thymeleaf for view templates, Bootstrap CSS. So these are all the things that we are going to use while building our URL shortener application. Then you might think isn't it too simple to learn anything real? But if you take a look at what are all the things we can learn from this application, these are all the features you might be learning for building any other application. Most of the things are going to be useful for building any other application. Let's take a look at it. So in this application, we are going to build a web application, and we will learn how to fetch data from database and display it on UI. And also we'll learn how to create a form and then let the user fill in the form and then submit it. If there are any errors, you redisplay the form with errors, and then finally handle the form submission. Also, if there are any global errors, you might want to show some error pages also. So we are going to learn all that. And then when it comes to talking to the database, most of the applications perform CRUD operations, create, read, update, and delete operations. We are going to perform all those CRUD operations in our application too. And also it is a highly recommended practice to use some database migration tool like Flyway or Liquibase. So in this application, we are going to use Flyway. And also using pagination is a highly recommended thing. Like if there are a million records in your database, you don't want to pull all the data and then display it at once. So we most likely need to use some kind of a pagination technique where you show only a subset of the data. And in this application, we are going to implement that pagination. And then when we are using spring-data-jpa, there is a concept called open session in view filter and handling some common errors like lazy loading exceptions. So we are going to learn that as well. And finally, we will secure our application with Spring Security. We are going to secure some URLs so that only authenticated users can access them. So we are going to implement both login and user registration. And also we are going to implement role-based access controls, which is like some pages are only available for users with a role admin. Some are available for only users with role user. And some pages are available for everyone, even authenticated users. And also sometimes you need to get the current logged in user information. So these are the things that you most likely do in any other application, be it a URL shortener, a blog, or a shopping cart, any other thing. So I intentionally keep the business logic low so that we can focus on learning Spring Boot concepts. So these are all the features that we are going to learn while building our URL shortener application. And then there is a lot of scope for extending our application with various other features as well. So if you want to build a REST API instead of a web application, you can take all the core layer and then replace the web application part like a web controllers. You can build REST controllers. So you can reuse most of the logic. And also maybe we can use spring-data-jpa, or if you don't like to use spring-data-jpa, maybe you can switch the persistence layer with JDBC client or Juke, any other technology. And also we can use caching, like people use short URLs and then redirect to original URL. So it's a good candidate for implementing caching also. And also you can implement structured logging, and instead of writing our own security, maybe we can use key clock and then leverage the security features. And also we can implement file upload and download. For example, maybe we can provide this provision for admin users where they can upload a CSV file with all the long URLs and then automatically import them. Or you can download the existing entire URLs by filtering and whatnot. So and also HTMX. So in our UI, there could be some places where we can leverage HTMX based Ajaxified features instead of going full-blown React or Angular route. So that's also something we can try it out. So even though URL shortener application is a small application, there is a lot of scope for us to implement and then extend whenever we want to learn some new feature on top of it. Here is a gist of how our URL shortener application is going to look like. In the home page, when user is not yet authenticated, this is how the home page looks like. In this home page, we'll have a form where user can enter any long URL and then they can shorten the URL. And below, you can see all the public shorten URLs in this table format. You can see when, what is the short URL and what is the original URL and when it is created and when it's going to get expired. So when a guest user creates a short URL, by default, we are going to expire it in 30 days. So it's going to show that when it's going to expire. And if the user is logged in, we'll show a couple of more fields in this form. In addition to the URL, we'll also take how many days it's going to expire in. And also we can ask, is it a public URL or a private URL? In this table, we are going to show only the public URL. So this is the home page. Now, once the user logged in, they can click on My URLs link where they are going to see only the URLs they created. They, in the sense, the current logged in user. So here, if I log in and click on My URLs link, here I can see in a tabular format all the URLs that I have created, of course with pagination. And here I can see whether it is a public URL or private URL and when it's going to get expired. So this is another feature that is only available for logged in user. And finally, if the logged in user is a admin, they can access admin dashboard link in which we're going to see all the shortened URLs. I mean, URLs created by all the users, not just the current logged in user, but all the URLs created by all the users. So here you can see which user created so URL, is it a public URL or a private URL? So all the information. And here also probably we can implement select some of the features and then delete them, or maybe we don't need this for admins and let the users delete if they don't want it. So this is an optional feature that we can implement, or we can leave it as an exercise because we're going to implement the similar feature in this screen. So these are the features. In addition to that, obviously we'll have a login screen and we'll have a user registration. And in this page, we are going to implement validations. In this case, all email, password, name, all of them are mandatory fields. So if user doesn't provide any of these fields, we should show the error message. And of course, basic login form, and we are going to use Spring Security for implementing this login. So this is how our application is going to look like. What are the prerequisites to follow along this course? You need to know Java, and you need to have basic familiarity with maven build tool. We are going to use maven while building this application, and I'm going to use IntelliJidea for as IDE. And there is nothing completely depending on IntelliJidea features or anything like that, but throughout this course, I'm going to demonstrate various shortcuts or IDE features that can help you to be more productive. So I recommend you to follow along by using IntelliJidea. So these are the prerequisites, and you should be able to follow on this course and learn how to build a web application using Spring Boot. In this section, we are going to create our Spring Boot application and understand the typical Spring Boot project structure. Then we are going to learn how Spring Boot handles web requests. Then we are going to talk about what is the difference between at controller and at rest controller. So typically newbies get confused which one to use. So we are going to talk about what is the difference between them. Then we'll check how we can render a web page, plain web page, a static page, and how we can render a web page with some dynamic data by using Thymeleaf templates. So finally, we are going to create our application layout page with the top navigation bar and then the main content area. And we are going to use Bootstrap CSS, and there is a nice utility called WebJars, using which we can include our static resources like CSS or JavaScript files and things like that. So we are going to see how we can use WebJars to include Bootstrap CSS. So let's get started. To create the Spring Boot application, go to start.spring.io. Here you can select the build tool Maven, language Java, and select whatever the latest version of Spring Boot is. And here in the project metadata section, you can enter what is the group ID, artifact ID, and the project name and package name. So here I have provided all this metadata, and packaging type is going to be jar, and I'm going to use Java 21. So finally, here we can select all the dependencies that we want to use in our application. As I mentioned, we are going to use we are going to build a web application and secure using Spring Security. We are going to talk to the database using JPA or JDBC template, PostgreSQL. So we are going to use a lot of them, but I would like to start simple, and as I use more and more feature, I'm going to add those necessary starters so that we will get clarity on, okay, this is the feature we want to work on, and for that we need this starter. Instead of adding all of them ahead of time, I think for learning purpose, it is better to understand why we are using certain dependency when we need that kind of a dependency. So I'm going to start a very simple with basic Spring Web dependency. That's all. And as we move forward, we are going to add additional dependencies. For example, when we get to the point where we want to talk to the database, I'm going to add the dependency. So for now, we are going to just add this Spring Web and generate the application. Now I'm going to unzip this. So here I'm going to open this project in my IntelliJ I have the project opened in my IntelliJ Here, let us take a look at pom.xml, and let us clean up a little bit. Here we don't need any of these things, and that's it. So we have our basic project and we have selected web starter. So this dependency got added, and by default it is going to include the test dependency which comes with a Spring Test, JUnit 5, Mockito, and all those usual testing libraries included. So now this is our pom.xml. Now let us take a quick look at the generated code here. So based on the package name we have given, and it is going to create the packaging structure, and we have a class which is annotated with at Spring Boot application, and then we have this main method public static void main, and it will call spring application.run and specify this class name and pass the arguments. So this is what we call a main entry point class of the Spring Boot application. So in order to run our application, you need to run this class main method. Okay, it is going to start our application. And if you take a look at the console log, here you can see it is saying Tomcat started on port 8080. So under the hood, when you select Spring Boot Web Starter, it is going to add automatically Tomcat web server dependencies, and your application is automatically configured to run on port 8080. So you can customize all those details using properties, and you can change. But right now we don't need to touch any of those things. And here, one thing to understand, the packaging structure, in which package you have this main entry point class, is very important. So here I have the package name as com.sivalabs.url shortener. So what this Spring Boot application annotation does is, it is going to scan this package and all of its sub packages for Spring Boot components. So if you want to create a controller or a service or repository, you should create either in this package or any of its sub packages. But if you create another package, for example, say common or something like that under SivaLabs, not under URL shortener, by default, our application is not going to scan those packages. So it is very important to understand that from where you have this main entry point class, this is where it's going to scan for all the Spring Boot components. So especially beginners do this mistake and then scratch their heads why my code is not being picked up. So it is important to understand this packaging structure, and component scanning happens from this package and all of its sub packages. Okay, now that we have started our application, of course, we don't have any controllers implemented. So right now, all we can understand is our application can start successfully. Okay, now I want to stop it. Now what we can do, by default, when we add this web starter, we have the ability to serve just a static HTML files. For example, here under static, let me create a file called, let me create a HTML file, index.html. So here I'll name it as home and just print URL shortener. Okay. So once I have this static HTML file, there is no dynamic data here. And here in our URL shortener, let me create a home controller. And I'm going to add at controller annotation saying that this is a controller component which contains request handler methods. So I'm going to write a request handler method for get HTTP request, which handles a root, in the sense localhost 8080/. And when I request that, it is going to handle by this particular method. In this method, what I'm going to render, I'm going to render index.html file. Okay. So now here I have this file under static and I have this handler method. Now if I start the application and try to access localhost 8080, I can see this web page is rendered. Okay. Now let me create another file here under static only. I can, okay, let me create about, and here I'm going to just change it to about URL shortener about page. Okay. So now I'm going to add another handler method here. This time I'm going to handle the request for path /about. So here I'm going to change it to about, and I am going to render this about.html. So with this, now if I go and try to render /about, it's going to render this about page. But here we are just rendering the static HTML pages. Of course, it's not much useful. We want to render something dynamic content. Let's say when I want to render a home page, maybe I want to pull the already created shortened URLs and then I want to render them. So by simply having this web starter, I can't render any dynamic data in these HTML pages. That's where our Thymeleaf technology comes into picture. Using Thymeleaf templates, we can set some dynamic data in the controller and then we can render that in our dynamic Thymeleaf templates. So by default, Spring Boot serves static data that is there either in the static folder inside SRC main resources, or you can put them under public folder under SRC main resources. Either one works fine. But now that we have seen how a controller behaves, controller is for traditional web applications where you get a request and then you do whatever the logic you want to do inside this handler method, and finally you want to render some HTML template. But if you are building a REST API where you are going to return some JSON data instead of rendering a HTML page, in that case, what you can do, let's say from here I want to return some string or any object or anything like that. If I want to render some JSON data, okay, something, assume here we have some JSON structure. So now if I want to return this, I can add response body. When I have this controller and response body annotation, instead of trying to render a HTML page, it is going to take whatever the value here we are returning and try to marshal it as JSON. Okay, so this is how you are going to respond with some JSON structure. And if you are building your controller and all the methods are going to return JSON response, instead of adding it to each handler method, you can just add it at the class level. So in this case, for all the requests, it is going to try to render whatever the value you are returning as a JSON response. Most likely you populate some object and then return it, and it is going to try to marshal that as JSON. So these two are for REST APIs. So as a convenience, instead of adding as two annotations, Spring Boot team created this REST controller annotation just as a replacement for these two annotations. If you go to this, you can see it is literally a composition of @controller and @response body. Okay, it's a convenient way. Instead of adding two annotations, you are going to add this one thing. Okay, so now in our situation, we are building a web application, not REST API, at least for now. So we are going to use @controller annotation only. And from method bodies, we are going to return whatever the HTML pages we want to return. Next, we are going to look at how to use Thymeleaf and render some dynamic data. Now we are going to add Thymeleaf starter here. So let's copy this dependency, and instead of web, let's use a Thymeleaf dependency. Refresh, and now once you add this Thymeleaf dependency, it will expect the Thymeleaf templates under this src main resources templates folder. So let's move these two files into templates directory. And another change that you need to make while using HTML Thymeleaf templates instead of plain HTML templates, you don't need to include .html. You just need to mention the bare base name of the HTML template. So here I am specifying simply index and about. And right now you can simply start the application and it should work just as it was working. No changes. As of now, we are not showing any dynamic data here. Now let's go ahead and see it is going to render same. Now let us make a change and then see how we can render some dynamic data. So here I'm going to add a parameter called model from Spring Framework. And in this one, I'm going to add an attribute, so title. Okay, so here, in order to use the dynamic data, we are going to use this Thymeleaf namespace. So we have added this Thymeleaf namespace here. Now you can just change project name. It doesn't matter because we are going to change the text of this h1 element using Thymeleaf th:\text and print whatever the title we are setting in our controller. So here I am setting a value, dynamic value with the attribute name title, and in our HTML Thymeleaf template I am specifying th:\text to replace whatever the value it has, h1. It is going to replace with this value. Okay. Now we are not going to see project name. Instead, we are going to see whatever the value we have added here. So let me add a Thymeleaf. Okay. Now I'm going to restart the application. Now you can see we render the dynamic data. So this is the basic of how we can use Thymeleaf to render dynamic data. Here you can set a list of objects or whatever the data that you want to render. Add that as an attribute inside the model, and you can simply print a text value. You can loop through a collection of objects. In our case, maybe we'll get a list of short URL objects from database, and then we can iterate over the collection and then render them in a tabular content. But the process is set the values dynamic content as model attributes, and then in the template you can do whatever the value you want to print or iterate, all these things. Okay, so this is how you can use Thymeleaf templates. We have two HTML pages, and most likely in our application we will have a top navigation bar, maybe a footer, and then in between we'll have a main content area where we display the page specific content. But if you keep duplicating the content, header, navigation bar and footer and all, it's not a good practice. So we can use a library called layout, Thymeleaf layout dialect, where we can create a layout page, and then in each page we can refer, okay, use that layout file, and then just replace the content areas, what are the placeholders we have created, replace that with the actual content. Okay, so first, if you want to create a layout, what we can do, first let's go to our form.html, and here I'm going to add a managed dependency. So search for layout. Okay, so here you can see Thymeleaf layout dialect dependency got added. Now refresh it. Now create under templates directory, let's create a file called layout.html. So here I have prepared the base layout file. Here in addition to Thymeleaf namespace, we also have a layout namespace now, and we have included Bootstrap CSS from CDN, and also we are going to create this CSS file under static. So now here inside the body we have a navigation bar which just shows the nav bar brand, which is the project name, and then we have some links in the top nav bar to show my URLs, admin dashboard, login, register, and all this. And then here is the main part. So here we have a container inside which we have a div which has layout :fragment content, and we don't have any content right now. And then we have included a Bootstrap JS JavaScript file here. So this is our overall layout, and in each page we are going to include the content which is going to render here. Okay, so now how are we going to use this layout? For now, let us see how we can refer a layout page in our index.html. Now I will replace this content with this content. Here we are referencing this layout namespace, and then we are using layout :decorate and referencing the path to the layout file. Here it's going to be layout.html under src main resources template, and these are all going to be ignored, and finally it is going to use whatever is there inside the layout. But the path that is going to be replaced is layout colon fragment content equals to, we just put now a big text that says, okay, what is URL shortener service is. So now what is going to happen? It is going to take this text within this fragment content, and inside the layout.html file, under this it is going to render. So it is going to keep all the content from the layout or top navbar, footer and whatever, but only it's going to replace this dynamic fragments. Okay, now that we have this, and also we need to have some styles. So let's take the styles. So here under static CSS styles.css, I just have some Bootstrap styles. Okay, now we have all the things that is required for rendering our home page. So I'm going to restart the project. Now I will access home page. Here you can see it has the top navbar and some links. Of course, they are not working, just there are links, and we have this simple text here. So our layout setup is ready. Now we can create as many pages we want, and then similar to index.html, how we have referenced layout page, we can do the same thing for other pages as well. Okay. So finally, one thing I would like to show is currently in our layout.html file, we are including CDN links to Bootstrap, CSS and JavaScript file. What if we are offline, we don't have internet connection? Then it's not going to work, obviously. So either you can download the Bootstrap CSS files and script files, JavaScript files, and then include them relative to your project. Or another option is there is a nice project called WebJars, where it's going to package all these static resources like JavaScript or CSS as jar files, and then you can include that as a dependency in your pom.xml, and then you can include those resources from the class path resource instead of CDN reference. So let us see how we can include Bootstrap CSS. So here I am including org.webjars is the group ID, artifact ID is Bootstrap, and the latest version as of recording this video is 5.3.3. Once I added this, I am going to refresh. Now I can go to layout.html file. So instead of referencing the CDN link, I will reference a local reference to like this. So I'm going to comment out this. So this is how I can include WebJars Bootstrap /5.3.3. So if you wonder how we can get this path, once we added that dependency, if you go to external libraries, here you can see Bootstrap dependency. Under resources, you can see the path. Here we have WebJars /bootstrap /5.3.3 /css /bootstrap.css, bootstrap min.css. Okay, so this is how you can include reference to any Bootstrap resources. So similarly, we can replace this script with WebJars reference. Okay, now with these changes, let us again refresh. So it's going to work just fine. Okay. Now the good thing is, even if you are offline, as you are not referencing the resources from CDN, it's going to continue to work. So let me delete this. Also delete this CDN reference. So this is pretty handy if you want to use any CSS or JavaScript libraries, and you can simply add them as a resource dependency, jar dependency, instead of downloading them and then putting in your project. So let's quickly recap what we have done so far. We have created our Spring Boot application. We have included with only web dependency, and then we have learned how we can render plain HTML files, and then we included Thymeleaf dependency, and then learned how we can include dynamic data. Finally, we have used this Thymeleaf layout dialect and then created a layout of file here under templates, and then we have used our index.html with layout reference and only replace the actual content here. Okay, so we have our layout and the basic web setup ready. Next, we are going to look at how we can set up a database interaction. Welcome back. In this section, we are going to learn how to implement showing public short URLs list in our home page. For that, we need to interact with the database, get the short URLs and show it in the web page. So we are going to learn how to work with spring-data-jpa. Also, I already mentioned we are going to use PostgreSQL, but I would like to quickly show how you can use an in-memory database like H2. And then we'll learn different ways of initializing the database, like creating the tables and inserting some sample data. And there are different ways, and we are going to look at each of those ways and talk about what are the pros and cons of each approach. And then we are going to create entities, repositories, and I will show how you can easily create or generate those entities and repositories from IntelliJ Ultimate Edition. And finally, we are going to implement our controller and service logic to fetch public short URLs and then display it in the page. And finally, I'm going to show how we can leverage Spring Boot's Docker Compose support so that when you start your application, you can automatically start a PostgreSQL database instance as a Docker container. So let's get started. Earlier, we have generated our Spring Boot application from a Spring Initializer. Here, we have selected only Spring Web dependency and then we generated, and later we have manually added Thymeleaf dependency. So another way to achieve that is you can again come back to this and click on add dependency. Let's say earlier we added Thymeleaf support, right? So here you can select this Thymeleaf, and instead of generate, you can click on explore, which will show the preview of what is the code that is going to generate. So here you can click on pom.xml and then navigate through. Here you can see when we add Thymeleaf dependency, it already included this dependency in our pom.xml. Similarly, for adding spring-data-jpa support, we can come here, click on add dependency, and you can search for JPA. So here you can add JPA, and also we are going to add H2 support for now, and you can go ahead and explore. Here you can see spring-data-jpa dependency. You can copy it and then go to your pom.xml. Here you can add it, and another one, H2 dependency. You can also add this and refresh the pom.xml here. Now, first, let us understand what is spring-data-jpa. So let me take you through some information about what spring-data-jpa is. So basically, Java provides JDBC API to talk to the databases, SQL databases. But the thing is, it is very low-level API, and most of the times you need to write plenty of boilerplate code to achieve whatever you want to write. So here, if you take a look at it, so this is how a typical JDBC interaction with the database looks like. So here we are going to acquire a database connection and then turn off auto commit, and then you perform whatever the operation you want to perform, set the input parameters, and then if everything goes fine, then commit the transaction. Otherwise, if there is any problem, try to roll back, and finally you need to release the connection. So as you can see, the main key things are just this part, but you need to write a lot of boilerplate code for infrastructure management, like acquiring the connection, committing, rollbacking, and all that. So to provide a simpler approach, there is ORM frameworks like Hibernate, and then JPA specification came into picture to provide a higher level abstraction where you are going to create your Java classes like this. In this case, we have a user class, which is called entity in our Hibernate or JPA language. And we are going to map our objects to database tables. In this case, we are mapping user class with users table, and also you are going to map each property to a column, and then you are going to work with objects. Instead of directly writing the SQL, you are going to work with objects. Let's say here you are using plain JPA, not spring-data-jpa. So in plain JPA, you can acquire this entity manager reference, and then you can call entity manager.persist and pass in a user object. So JPA is going to take care of translating this entity manager.persist of user into some insert statement and then execute it. And also, again, if you want to fetch a user data based on the given ID, you can call simply entity manager.find and what is the class you are expecting, and pass the primary key value ID here. So at the high level, you are going to work with objects, and Hibernate or JPA framework will take care of translating all these actions into SQL statements. But the thing is here, we have a user repository, user entity and user repository. But if you need to do something similar for a customer, again, you need to create a customer object, and then you need to write this customer repository where you are going to write the same for typical CRUD operations, create, find, delete, and all that. If you take a look at it, it looks almost same, right? Except the what is the entity you are dealing with, except it's almost kind of a repetition. So this is where spring-data-jpa come into picture, which is built on top of JPA. Okay, so under the hood, spring-data-jpa uses JPA, which again under the hood uses JDBC to actually talk to the database. But the question is, okay, what does spring-data-jpa is providing on top of JPA? Why can't I simply directly use JPA? So here are the things. As I mentioned, if you take a look at it, it's kind of for performing basic CRUD operations. It's kind of almost a repetition of the same kind of a code. So spring-data-jpa is providing a repository abstraction where you are going to extend some repository interface, and then all the CRUD operations are provided to you out of the box. You don't need to write the code for performing CRUD operations. And then there are more features like based on method name, it is going to automatically generate the query, which is kind of a very convenient. And also you can write your own custom queries, and pagination support is already provided. And there are concepts like projections, and you can audit your entity changes and all that. So we are going to look at some of these features, but this is at the high level what a spring-data-jpa is. Okay, so this is the background about spring-data-jpa. Now let's go back to our application. We have spring-data-jpa dependency added and H2 database added. Now, you might heard about Spring Boot is a opinionated framework. Okay, what does that mean? That means when you add spring-data-jpa dependency, it is going to take care of adding a spring-data-jpa library dependencies, and then one of the most widely used ORM framework implementation is Hibernate. So it is going to add Hibernate dependencies as well, so that you don't need to hunt for, okay, which implementation of JPA I need to add. So here, if you take a look at this starter data JPA, if you expand it, you can see it added starter JDBC as well, and also Spring Data JPA and Hibernate. Okay, so it's one of the features Spring Boot provides. Dependency management becomes easy. You don't need to hunt for, okay, I'm going to use Spring Boot, but which version of Hibernate I need to add. It takes care of all that. It already did the compatibility with Spring versions and Hibernate versions. So you don't need to worry about setting up the Hibernate versions and all that. So now we have everything ready. Now let's just start our application and see what happens. As you can see, the application is started, but we have not configured any database. Where is the database connection properties and all that? We have not configured anything at all. We just added this H2 database dependency and started the application. Now let us take a quick peek at the console logs to understand what happened. So here you can see, okay, our application is started and it is doing some spring-data-jpa repository scanning and all that. And if you take a look at it, added connection, JDBC colon h2 colon mem and some randomly generated database name, and user is SE. So here is what happens. When you start your application, when you add any data, JPA or JDBC support or anything that works with relational database, it will try to guess some defaults and then provide the auto configuration for the data source. In our case, we have just added this H2 database support, which supports in-memory database. So, and we have not configured any data source properties explicitly. So what it is going to do, Spring Boot is going to create a data source using in-memory database settings with H2. This is what we are seeing here, which means when you start the application, it is going to create an instance of H2, which stores all the data in memory. And when you stop the application, it's going to destroy this database instance. So it is very convenient if you want to do a quick POC and all that. But for real applications, obviously, we are going to use some databases like MySQL, Postgres, or Oracle, or whatever. So if you want to switch H2 database to something else, you can provide the driver of that particular database. Let's again go back to start.spring.io. Here, let's also add PostgreSQL driver, explore and copy the PostgreSQL driver dependency. Let's add it here. So now what happens if I try to, let me reload and restart. We have two database drivers added, but we have not configured any data source properties. So Spring is going to check, okay, does the developer configure any data source properties? No, we have not. Then it is going to try to create a data source object using the in-memory database driver. So here, if we again take a look at log, still it is using H2 in-memory database driver. Now imagine just we do not have any drivers added, but we have a Spring starter data JPA. Okay, so now I'm going to start the application. This time it will fail saying that I don't have any data source configuration, and also I do not have any in-memory database driver, so I cannot create a data source object. So please put some either embedded database like H2, HSQL or something like that, or configure any explicit data source properties. So now let us replace H2 with PostgreSQL driver. So I'm going to remove H2 driver, and we just have PostgreSQL dependency. And now I'm going to configure data source properties in application.properties file. So here I have configured data source properties of PostgreSQL database, URL, username, and password. But I do not have a PostgreSQL database running on my local. So either you can directly install a PostgreSQL database on your laptop and then configure those properties here, or you can use Docker and spin up a PostgreSQL container and configure those properties. I am going to use Docker container for running a PostgreSQL database, but it is up to you. If you have Docker installed on your machine, I would recommend to spin up a PostgreSQL container and then configure it, so that if you want to run a different database for another application, it is easy. Like you don't need to mess with your local laptop. You just spin up a container, use it for your application, and then you can simply delete it if you don't need it anymore. So now that I have configured, but I do not have a database running, right? So I'm going to use Docker Compose to spin up a PostgreSQL container. So here I'm going to copy this compose.yaml file. Here I have configured a PostgreSQL service and created the image PostgreSQL:17. I'm going to use PostgreSQL 17 version, and I have configured what is the PostgreSQL user, password, and the database name, and also mapped the containers port. PostgreSQL port is 5432, and this is containers port, and then I am mapping it to 5432 on my local laptop, so I can access localhost 5432. Okay, so once I have this one, either from command line you can run a docker compose up -d to run it in background, or if you have IntelliJ you can simply click on it and it's going to start the containers. Now once the containers are started, you can use any database client to connect to it. In my case, I am using IntelliJ Ultimate, which provides database tool support, and I can connect to the database like this. Okay, PostgreSQL, and all user is PostgreSQL, password is Postgres, and test the connection. It is connected. Now I have the database connected. Okay, but if you do not have Ultimate, maybe you can use any other client like dbeaver, which is one of the popular DB client. Okay, so I have the database running, and just I would like to show a quick feature of IntelliJ Ultimate. So let's say you do not have this configured and you have these properties configured. Here you can see this gutter icon. You can simply click on it and it's going to open this data source driver, connection dialog. Here you can see, so kind of which is easy. Instead of you manually entering all the username, password and everything, you can simply click on it and then it will open up the dialog. A nice feature. When you are working with JPA based applications, you have two options. Either start with a database, first create the database schema and then create your JPA entities based on that database structure, or JPA first approach, where you first create your JPA entities and then let it generate a database schema. So in our application, we are going to follow a database first approach, where we are going to first create the database tables and then we are going to create our JPA entities. But I would like to show different ways of creating our database. So here is the approach. First, we are going to try create JPA entities and then see how you can just generate the database schema based on your JPA structure. Okay, so first let us go ahead and create our JPA entities. I'm going to put all the JPA entities under domain entities package. So first I'm going to create user entity, and it's a JPA entity and it's going to map to a table called users. And first we need to have a primary key defined. In my case, we are going to have a long type primary key, and primary key should be added this ID, and also we are going to use generated value identity. So we have our user entity ready. Similarly, let's go ahead and create a short URL. So now we have our JPA entities created. Now let us look at different ways of initializing our database by creating the tables. So here, how do we create the tables? One option is using JPA entity models and generate database tables based on the JPA entity structures. That is one option. Here you can go to this and you can search for spring-jpa Hibernate DDL auto, which provides various options. In these options, you can choose what you want to do based on create drop. You just create, and then when you stop the application, you can destroy the schema, or you can use update. which is going to just update the existing database with whatever the changes you made to JPA entities, or you can choose just validate just to check is your JPA entities in sync with the database structure. So here I'm going to use update, which is going to look at our JPA entities, and it is going to create the database tables if they are not already created. And if there are any changes in the properties, it is going to create any missing columns, required columns. Okay, so now let us quickly check here. We do not have any tables right now. We do not have any tables. Now with this property configured, DDL auto, I'm going to start the application, and it should create our entities. It should create the database tables based on our entity definitions. So here you can see we have users table created with all the columns that we mentioned in our entity. Similarly, we have short URLs, which also have all the columns mentioned in our short URL entity. Okay, so very convenient, right? But this is fine for a POC or a quick demo, but it is really not suitable for production grade applications. Why? Because sometimes all the things that you want to create in your database cannot be achieved by simply defining JPA entities. For example, I want to create a stored procedure, or I want to create a view. So I cannot achieve that using simply JPA entities and generating the schema, right? And also another danger is, let's say if you want to change is private to something else. Let's say I'll create private only. Okay, let's say private only. I want to change, instead of is private, I want to change it to private only. So, and let me also remove this and generate setters and getters for it. So my intention is to rename is private column to private only. Okay, now if I use this DDL auto update, what is going to happen? Let's restart, and let us take a look at our short URLs table. It did not rename the existing is private column. Instead, it created a new column. So that's going to happen, and it is not what you expected it to, right? So it is fine for POCs and all using this approach, but it is not really useful for production grade applications. Okay, now we don't want to do this. Now let me comment it out, and also I'm going to delete these tables. Let's start from scratch. Okay, so delete this. Now we don't have anything in our database. Okay, cool. The next option is you can use under resources, SRC main resources, you can create, let's say, schema.sql, and you can create a data.sql, two SQL files in your resources folder. And in schema.sql, you can write the script for creating the tables, so that you have more control. Like, okay, you want to create just a table, you want to create indexes, you want to create stored procedures, whatever you can write in our script. So let me write the script for creating our users and short URLs table. So here is how our table structures would look like. We have a create users, and then it is going to create this table and also this short URLs table. And let's insert some sample data. So here I have a couple of insert statements to populate users table and short URLs table. So here we have initialized a couple of users information, and I have a password mentioned in clear text, which is not good. But once we introduce Spring Security, we are going to update these values into bcrypted data. Okay, so for now, just have some data here. Now we have both schema.sql and data.sql. Just having those is not sufficient. We need to enable them in our properties file, we can set spring.sql.init mode. So here there are a few options. Here you can see embedded means it is only going to initialize the database using these schema.sql and data.sql if you are using embedded database like H2, HSQL, like that. Or you can set never, which is never going to execute these two scripts. Or you can specify always, which is going to obviously execute always. So here I have set it to always. And before running the application, let's ensure that, okay, we do not have any tables in our database. Now we have both the schema and data.sql. Let's run our application and see what happens. So if everything goes fine, okay, application started successfully. Now if you take a look at our database, yes, those two tables got created and also data got inserted successfully. Very cool. Okay, it looks simple, but is it good for production usage? No, it is not, because we have these scripts, and what happens if I try to restart the application? So let's start it. Okay, so now it failed. Why? It says relation users already exist, which means it is going to rerun the scripts every time you start the application. So you can say, okay, I can add this class of if not exist, fine. You can get away with that for table creations and all that. But what about the data initialization? It is going to rerun these insert statements again. So this executing these scripts again is okay for simple POCs or demos, but not suitable for production grade applications. In production, you keep changing your database structure, maybe creating new tables or executing some kind of data initialization or adding alter statements to change the tables. So you will do all those kind of things over the period. And if you put all of them in this one single SQL script, it is hard to keep track of what statements we have already executed, and then we see, okay, these are the things we need to execute. It is going to be a nightmare to manage database changes like that. So this is where our usual database migration tools like Flyway or Liquibase come into picture. So next, let us check how we can use Flyway for creating our database and then proceed with Flyway for our application. So now, instead of using this script-based database initialization, let us see how we can use Flyway database migrations. So, okay, I'm not going to use this anyway, and add Flyway migration dependency here, and let's explore. So here are the changes we need to do. Like we have two dependencies added. So we have Flyway core, which is core Flyway library. And as we are using PostgreSQL, we also need to add this Flyway database PostgreSQL dependency. If you are using a different database like MySQL or Oracle, you might need to add a different dependency here. So let's copy these two. And add the dependencies here, refresh. Now, how do we use Flyway for creating our database? So the approach is Springboot provides this auto configuration for Flyway. So all we need to do is inside our resources, SRC main resources, okay, create a folder structure of db/migration, under which you can create schema creation scripts. Like you need to follow a certain naming convention. Capital V1, this is the schema migration script number. In our case, we are starting just now, so 1. And separator, which is default one, is 2 underscores. And then you can create, you can give any description name. In our case, it's like a create tables.sql. Okay, now I'm going to move the script we have here into this one. Okay, next I'm going to create a second migration script. Here v2 underscore insert sample data.sql, and I'm going to move this data initialization into this. Now I'm going to delete these two and also remove this property. Don't need it anymore. And before running our application, let us delete these two tables as well. Okay, our database is empty now. Now, what happens if I try to start the application? In the console, you can see some Flyway related things here. First, it checked, is there a table with name Flyway schema history? It does not exist. So it created that table and then it executed migration script 1, migration script 2, and then started the application. Now let us take a look at our database structure. Okay, we have all the tables created, users and short URLs. In addition to that, we have this Flyway schema history table, which is going to keep track of all the migrations that are already applied. What are the scripts we have in our Flyway migration directory and what are already executed, so that if you want to make a change, you are going to create a new migration script, let's say v3, etc., etc. And then when you restart your application, Flyway is going to first check in this table, Flyway schema history table, and check, okay, we have already executed first two migrations, and there is a newer one, v3, which is not yet executed. So it is going to execute only that file. So that way, you don't need to worry about, okay, what are the changes we have already applied and what are the pending changes we need to apply. So that process is entirely automated with Flyway. The other option is Liquibase, which is going to work in the similar fashion. Okay, so now we don't need to worry about, okay, now I can stop and restart, and this time it is going to check in the database. Okay, we have all the schema up to date. We don't need to apply any more scripts, so it doesn't matter how you want to restart. You don't need to worry about anything. Once it is applied successfully, it is not going to apply again. So one important thing to remember, once a Flyway migration is successfully applied, you should not change it. You should not, even a space. Why? Because if you look at this Flyway schema history table, there is a column called checksum. It is going to generate this checksum value based on the contents of the scripts. If you make a change, even a small space, it's going to generate a different checksum, and then while you start up the application, it's going to compare these checksums and then find a discrepancy, and it's going to fail, saying that, okay, somebody tampered these scripts. Okay, so once you successfully applied a Flyway migration, you should not touch that again. You want to change anything, you create a new migration with a next sequence number. Okay, so that's how we can create our database in different ways. As I have demonstrated, there are different ways. First, we have seen how we can generate the database tables using JPA DDL auto option. And then we have seen how we can generate the schema and data using these scripts. Finally, we have seen how we can use Flyway migrations. We have already created entities here, okay, but I would like to show how we can use IntelliJ ultimate features to easily generate these entities based on the existing schema. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete these. Okay, I deleted the entities. Now we have our database connected and we have all these tables. Now what I can do, I can right click on it, create JPA entities from DB, and here I can choose domain entities, and I can choose, okay, I want to generate an entity for users table, and I also want to generate an entity for short URLs. So here are mappings automatically generated, and click OK. Here you can see we have both short URL and user entities generated. Okay, this is pretty handy. Like instead of writing all the entities and everything by hand, if you are using IntelliJIDEA Ultimate, it's pretty easy from generating entities from the database structure. In fact, it also works in the other direction as well. Like if you have entities and you do not have schema migration scripts, you can go ahead, let's say, click on this getter icon, and here you can say Flyway init migration, and it is going to select all the entities in the project and select the database type, and it's going to show this is the script that you need based on your current JPA schema. But we already have our scripts, but if you start with JPA entities, this is a handy thing to generate the scripts instead of writing it manually. Okay, now we have our JPA entities, we have our Flyway migration scripts, everything is ready. Next, we are going to focus on fetching the data from database and then show it on our page. So finally, let us go ahead and start implementing the actual logic. So we don't need this about handler anymore, and let me delete this about page as well. And now coming to the controller part. Okay, so we have our entities created. Next, let us create spring-data-jpa repositories for our short URL entity. So I'm going to create a package repositories under which I'm going to create short URL repository, which is going to be an interface, and we can extend from JPA repository. Okay, cool. If you have IntelliJIDEA Ultimate Edition, you can directly create that from, let's say, spring-data-jpa repository, and you can choose, okay, I want to create an interface, spring-data-jpa interface for user entity, and this is the name, and you can generate it. Okay, but I'm not generating a repository for user entity because I would like to demonstrate how you can use spring-data-jpa and also JDBC client. Okay, they are not mutually exclusive. You can use them together in the same application. So I think I will use JDBC client for user-related operations, and I'm going to use spring-data-jpa for short URL related operations. That way you can learn both of them. Okay, cool. Now we have our short URL repository, and let's go ahead, and here usually we can go ahead and private final and short URL repository and inject it. Okay, usually this is how we do. But if you again have IntelliJIDEA Ultimate, it is very simple, as you don't need to first define a property and then create or inject through constructor and all that. Instead, you can directly start typing the bean name, in our case, short URL repository. As you type, it already created a final field and inject through home controller. Again, very convenient and handy feature. So here we can call find all method, okay, which is going to fetch all short URLs. But I don't want to have random order. I want to sort it based on the created order. Like I want to create a descending order and created at property. So here short URL entity has this created at property, and I am using that property here. So basically behind the scenes, it's going to generate a query that says select star from short URLs, blah, 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 and then order by created at descending. Okay, so once I got this, I can set it as an attribute, all these properties here. Okay, now we have the data ready, and all we need to do is change our index.html template to render those short URLs in a tabular format. So I have the markup ready. I don't want to torture you by making you watch me type all this. So I'm going to walk you through this and then explain how this works. So here I am just printing okay. These are going to be public shortened URLs, and if it is empty, the collection is empty. We are saying no public URLs have been created. And if you notice, we are using this Thymeleaf if expression so that we can conditionally render some markup. In this case, if there are no short URLs, we'll say this, or unless, I mean, it's kind of a else clause where if it is not empty, we are going to display data in a table format. Here we have these headers. And then again, we are using another feature of Thymeleaf where we can iterate through a collection here, 3th each. And this is a collection list of short URLs, and each object is assigned in this URL variable. And here we are displaying as a hyperlink /s/ some placeholder key, and that key value is nothing but short key property of our short URL object. This one. Okay, so here this is a URL forming technique where you can put some placeholder kind of values and then pass any values to those in the parentheses. Okay, and for this anchor, what is the text we want to display? We want to display base URL is going to be like, again, we need to inject that. Let me put model dot attribute base URL, which is localhost 8080. Okay, so what we are going to display localhost 8080/s/ the short key. So this is going to be our short URL. Okay, but right now we are hard coding that here, but we can make it as a configurable property. Next, we are showing the actual original URL. And here we are using a Thymeleaf feature to display this text by abbreviating it. So if the original URL is very long, we are trimming it to 50 characters and then show ... Okay. And then we are displaying the created it when this short URL is created. And also we are formatting that into this format. Okay. And finally, expire set can be null because we can create a expired with expiration or without expiration. So we are checking if it is null, then show never. Otherwise, format that into this date formatting. Okay, so we are just looping through all the collection of short URL objects and then rendering them. Okay, so I think we have everything in place. Let's start our application and refresh. Okay, cool. So we can see we have all the data. We got the data and render it. Worked fine. Cool. I think we have done this use case of showing the public URLs, but there is still something that is not right. Here, if you notice, we fetched all the URLs, not only the public URLs, right? So it is not quite correct. We need to create a specific method that's going to return only the private public short URLs. Okay, so how we can do that? We can go to this. We can use spring-data-jpa's derived query methods, which means we can use a method name in such a way that spring-data-jpa should be able to generate the query based on the method name. So in our case, okay, we want to return a list of short URLs and prefix with a find by, which is going to be ignored by spring-data-jpa, and then the rest of the method name is going to be used to generate the query. So here in short URL, we have this is private property, right? So is private is false. Okay, so it is going to take this part and then derive a query where select star from short URLs where is private equals to false. Okay, so and also we need to sort the results in the descending order of created date, right? We can also use this class of order by created at descending. So this is one of the feature of spring-data-jpa where this derived query, you can write a method query name in such a way that spring-data-jpa will be able to generate the query. And let's see, let's use this and replace in our controller. So now we don't need to pass the sort object also. Okay, so here we have, and let's enable logging of the generated queries. Show SQL true. Start the application. Now let's start. Okay, we are able to get the data and then show it. Now if I take a look at it, here you can see, yes, it used the order by class and also it used not is private. So it is taking this into account, the method name, and then generating the query accordingly. Okay, so this is a convenient thing. However, just look at this method name, which is technically works, but kind of a weird. It's very hard to understand. So while you can do it, but the recommended approach is find public short URLs. Okay, if you have this, and you can use JPQL query by specifying, okay, select short URL from short URL where is private is false, and also you can specify order by created su.created at. So as you can see, I'm able to get this auto completion both for the property of JPA entity and also the JPQL. This feature is available in IntelliJidea Ultimate. So if you do not have Ultimate, like you might need to write this, remembering all the syntax and everything, and then if there is anything wrong, you will get to know only when you run the application. So IntelliJidea helps in this validating while writing the code itself. So let me restart this, and instead of this, we can call meaningful name. Refresh. Here you can see it generated is false and order by created at descending. So we got it working, and here are a couple of things I would like to change. Right now we are directly injecting the repository into controller. In this case, it's fine. We do not have any business logic here, but we are going to follow this controller service and repository interactions. We are going to centralize all the business logic in the service layer and leave repository layer only for database interactions. Okay, so I'm going to create a service. Services dot short URL service, and make it as a spring bean by adding at service annotation, and then I'm going to return public list of short URLs and all public short URLs, and here I'm going to return short URL repository dot public short URL. Okay, and I'm going to use this instead of a short URL repository from my controller. I'm going to remove all these and use short URL service. Okay, so instead of directly injecting repository, I'm injecting service here. And finally, restart the application and verify is still everything working fine or not. Okay, still working fine. And let's do a little bit of cleanup here. Right now I have a home controller directly here. Instead, I would like to move it to a package web.controllers. I'm going to move it there. Cool. We have already covered quite a lot of things in this section, but I would like to end this section with one last feature. So here, using Spring Boot Docker Compose support. If you remember, we have created this compose.yaml file and then started the containers defined in this one and then configured our application to talk to the database. Okay, so before running our application, you need to take care of starting the container and then configure these properties, and your application can be started successfully. But Spring Boot team make it a little bit more simplified by using out of the box a Spring Boot Docker Compose support. So while generating the application again, if you go to Spring Initializer, add dependency, here you can see Docker Compose support. When you select that, what it is going to do is it's going to generate a compose.yaml file, and depending on what features you have added, it's going to declare some containers there. If you explore, and here you can see compose.yaml file, and it included this PostgreSQL service definition. And just imagine if you want to use MongoDB also, here, okay, Spring Data MongoDB. If you go on check, here you can see MongoDB definition also added. So what happens when you add Docker Compose support? If you check pom.xml, it has this Docker Compose dependency. This is very helpful for local development. What it will do, if you download this and then start the application, it is going to automatically start the containers defined in this compose YAML file, and it will be automatically configured. Your application is going to automatically configure a Postgres data source property to these values and MongoDB connection properties to these values. So you don't even need to configure these values. So let us explore and copy Docker Compose support dependency, okay, in our pom.xml. Let us add it here. Let's refresh. So we already have this compose.yaml file, so everything is in place. Now, if you have already started the container using by clicking on this Docker Compose of -t, stop it and then delete it. Now, in my case, I have deleted. I do not have any PostgreSQL container running. Okay. Now, with this dependency, I can even comment out the data source properties also. Okay. Now, if I start the application, it is going to take care of starting a PostgreSQL container automatically and then configure our application to talk to that PostgreSQL container, even if without having this configuration also. Even if you have this configuration, it is going to be overridden by those properties. Let's say if I put this username as something Siva, though I have configured the username as Postgres, at runtime it's going to overridden by this value. Okay, so it you don't need to have these properties, but again, this is for local development only. Finally, when you package your application, this Docker Compose support won't be available in this fat jar. Okay, it is mainly for convenience. And also, right now, one thing to remember. What happens is simply by adding this Docker Compose support and having this compose.yaml file, whenever you start the application, it's going to start these containers, whatever you defined in these services. And whenever you stop the application, it's also going to, for example, let us take here, I'm using this Shortener just to GUI for Docker. So here you can see a PostgreSQL container started. Now, if I stop the application, here you can see the container also stopped. But I don't want to stop this and then when I start the application, start that. Instead, I would prefer to always keep it running in the background. So what I can do, I can configure Docker Compose lifecycle management. By default, it's start and stop, which means when I start the application, the container will start. When I stop the application, the container also stops. But I can leave it to start only, which means it's going to start and then leave it running in the background. Even if you stop the application, it's going to continue running. Let me stop it. So here you can see it's continue running in the background. Okay, so this is very handy. So this is one last feature I would like to demonstrate in this section. So we have covered quite a lot of things in this section, which is going to be the foundation of things that we are going to build on top of it. So I think we are in a good shape to proceed further and implement other features. Welcome back. In the previous section, we have explored a lot of things. We have talked about what is spring-data-jpa and how to configure our database creation approaches, like using SQL scripts or using DDL auto generation. And then finally, we learned how to use Flyway migrations. And then we have implemented our first UI screen where we fetch all the public shortened URLs and then display them in a tabular format. And before getting into implementing another feature of our URL shortener application, I would like to cover some Hibernate JPA related things so that we know how to effectively use spring-data-jpa. And if you are a Java developer, at some point of time, you are going to deal with null pointer exception, right? Most of us has to deal with null pointer exception. Similarly, if you are using JPA and Hibernate, at some point of time, you are going to deal with lazy loading exception. So in this video, I'm going to talk about what is lazy loading exception and how you can fix that exception. And we are going to talk about various ways of lazy loading the associated collections. And finally, we are going to talk about some JPA best practices. So let's get started. We have implemented our home page where we are displaying the public shorten URLs, and let us start the application and see it is still working fine. So application is started. Now I'm going to go to home page and we can see all the public shortened URLs. So it's working fine. Now let us pay attention to the console log. So here, when we ask to get the public shortened URLs, under the hood, it is going to generate this query where it fetches select all the columns from short URLs where is private is false and then ordering the result set. Okay. Now, if we are going to display who created it also, let's see what happens. So here I am going to update the UI. So in the index.html, I will add another header created by to show the username of created user. So I'm going to add a th colon text URL dot created by. If it is not equals to null, because that can be null. Okay, if it is not equals to null, I would like to display created by dot name. So basically created by is nothing but a user object and I am displaying the name property. And if it is null, I would like to show it as a guest. Okay, so let's restart and then see how it is going to behave. Okay, I'm going to clear my console and I'm going to refresh. So here you can see another column and all of them are from administrator. Okay, fine, it is working fine. But if you take a look at the generated SQLs, if you remember, we have enabled logging the generated SQL statements by using this spring-jpa show SQL equals to true. Okay, so here you can notice one query is fired to get all the shorten URLs from short URLs table, and then filtering based on is private equals to false. And then there is another query triggered to fetch the user's information. Users in the sense who created that URL. In our case, in our sample insert script, we have inserted all the users created by one. Okay, so it only triggered one additional query to get the created user. But imagine if we have 10, 20 different users, and these are created by different people, user IDs, then it is going to fire additional queries for all of them to get associated user data also. So this is commonly known as n+1 select problem. So let us understand, in our case, it is not visible because it is only triggering one additional query to get user information, because we just have only one user and it is already loaded into cache. So it is not triggering n additional queries. It's only triggered only one query. But let us understand what is n+1 select problem. So imagine we are building, let's say, a blog application, and then there are posts and then associated comments. Now let's imagine we want to fetch n posts, maybe it is 10 or 20. We will fire this query to just return n posts. That is one query. This is going to return n rows. And then we also want to fetch comments associated with each of the posts. Then it is going to trigger another n queries to fetch comments of post ID 1, comments of post ID 2, etc., up to n queries. So this is commonly known as n+1 select problem. And while it is just working fine, it is going to be a huge performance issue in a real big applications. So how do we fix it? First thing, why it is automatically working? Is it supposed to work like this? Here is something we need to understand. In Spring Boot spring-data-jpa, there is a property called spring.jpa.openInView equals to, so the default value is true. The default value is true. What it does is, if you take a look at our code, so here is our controller, and then here is our call to service, and again we are calling this from a repository. Here it is going to load only short URLs. It is not going to load user information here because it is configured as lazy association, which means when we ask a JPA to fetch a short URL, by default it is not going to fetch the associated user information. Okay, then in our controller we are trying to render our index page where we are accessing created by information. If this feature is not available, open in view feature is not available, it is going to throw lazy loading association exception. So here let us turn this off and see what happens. Now let us restart the application, and again reload, and we got some error. Let us see what error we got. So if you take a look at the exception, could not initialize proxy, and it is saying user 1 is failed to initialize, and also here it shows no session, which means you are trying to render user information which is not yet loaded, and there is no session associated with the current work. Then it is throwing this Hibernate's lazy loading exception. But because this is a default value of true open in view, what is happening is, while rendering this Thymeleaf template, spring-data-jpa and behind the scenes Hibernate is going to open a new session and then associate these entities with the session, so that when you access these lazy loaded collections or any associations, you are able to access them, and behind the scenes it is going to talk to the database and then lazily fetch that data using additional queries. That's why we are seeing first we got all the URLs information, but when we access this created by, it made another query to fetch the created by user information. But when we turn it off, it is throwing the exception because it is not opening this filter where it creates a session and then associate JPA entities. It is throwing the exception. So why can't we simply make it true and then we override with it? But as I mentioned, it is going to result in n+1 select problem. So I highly recommend the first thing when you do creating a Spring Boot JPA based application, set it to false, because this is going to be a performance issue sooner or later. So making it open in view, set to false, and then make your application work with this setting is very important. Okay, so now we have understand the problem of lazy loading. Now let us look at how we can fix this issue. Now let us go to short URL repository. Here you can see we are loading short URL objects where is private equals to false and order by so and so. So what we can do in order to eagerly load the association, we can write left join fetch su dot created by. Okay, so what we are doing, we are joining using left outer join. We are joining the users table and load associated user information as well. Okay, why we are using left join? Because our short URLs can also be created from guest users for which there is no associated created by ID. So we need to use left outer join. So here using JPQL, I'm using left join fetch su short URL dot created by. Okay, so with this, it is going to generate a query where it left outer join with users table and fetch the associated information as well. Now let us restart our application. And this time, if we go and try to refresh, it is working fine. And you can also see the information, the associated user's name. Okay, so now let us take a look at the console, how many queries it generated. You can see there is only one query, which selects all the data from, okay, so here from short URLs and then left join users, and then rest of the things, it joins on the created by column with user's ID and fetch the data. Okay, so this is how you can use join fetch to fetch associated data eagerly. Okay, if there is another option where you might be tempted to change it to eager. Okay, but again, this is going to result in n+1 select problem. So instead of that, you should make this lazy and then try to load all the information, required information from the query. So you know the use case. So you should write your JPQL in such a way that you are loading all the necessary information instead of triggering the lazy loading and then firing a bunch of queries. So we have solved this problem of lazy loading. But is this the only way? No, we can use different processes. Like, okay, instead of triggering this to fetch associated user information, we can also use entity graph. Okay, so here you can specify attribute paths and what associated information you want to fetch also. Okay, this is another way. So in this JPQL, we are using the same query, but we are not specifying to load associated created by. Instead, we can also use entity graph and specify the attribute paths. So in this way also, let us go ahead and okay. So here again, you can see it has from short URLs left join users, and it generated the query and loaded the associated data. So considering this open in view session is not a good practice, so we are going to turn it off, and then we are going to take care of loading all the necessary data from our queries itself. So I would say we should design our JPA based applications in such a way that in our service layer itself, we should materialize all the data that we need for a use case and then return a DTO instead of returning the short URL itself. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a DTO for a short URL, and then we are going to convert the short URL entity into short URL DTO in the service and return it. Okay. So I'm going to use a couple of features provided by IntelliJDA Ultimate to easily create a DTO. But if you do not have IntelliJDA, then you need to create the DTO manually. Okay. So what I'm going to do in models package, I'm going to create a short URL DTO. In IntelliJDA Ultimate, if you go to short URL entity, here you can see an option DTOs and Spring Data Projection. So click on that and create a DTO, which is going to open this dialog and select in which package you want to generate this DTO. I would like to generate it in models package, and you have the option either to create a class or a Java record. I'm going to use a Java record and select what are all the properties you want to include in this DTO from short URL entity. So here I would like to include all of them, but interesting thing is here when I select created by, it's a user object. So here it is showing some options of okay, how are you going to map the user properties into this DTO. So here I would like to create a separate class, again another DTO, calling user DTO inside a models package, and I can select which properties I want to include. I don't want to include all the password, role, or created it. In fact, I don't need email as well. So I am selecting only ID and name fields in this. Now, when I click on OK, you can see in models, we have user DTO with just selected properties. And then we have a short URL DTO here. Okay, let me format it a little bit. Only the fields we have selected. And here in created by, we have user DTO, not the user entity. Okay. Now in our short URL service, once we get the list of URL objects, we would like to convert them into list of short URL DTOs. So for that, I'm going to create a entity mapper. You can name it whatever you want. So this is going to be a Spring component, and I'm going to implement two methods. One is to convert user entity to user DTO. Another one is to convert a short URL entity to DTO. So let me create the implementation for it. So here I have created two methods. One is to convert user entity to user DTO. Another one is to convert short URL to short URL DTO. So first here we are checking whether created by is not equals to null, and then converting it into user DTO, and also we are just mapping the fields from short URL to short URL DTO. So nothing complex. Once we have this mapper, we can, let's say, dot map. So we are taking stream and then mapping, and we can call entity mapper to short URL DTO and to list, and change it to DTO. So here it's going to map all the list of short URL to short URL DTO list. So once we have that, let us change it to return type also. Fine. Okay. Now let us restart our application and see it should work everything as it is. In our template, we are using the same field name, so it shouldn't break anything. So let us go ahead and access our home page. It is working just fine. And also, if we take a look at our console, it is getting all the data from a single query. So we are good here. So this is the overall. Okay, let me talk about a couple of best practices. As we have already discussed, this open in view by default, unfortunately, it is true for the convenience. This is true. We don't need to set it explicitly. If we don't set it explicitly, it is enabled by default, which is going to be a terrible choice in production, because in the development it looks like everything is working fine unless you check the generated queries in the console. You don't realize behind the scenes it may be generating a whole bunch of n+1 select queries, and you won't realize that until you put your application in production. Then you may have millions of records in your tables, and then all of a sudden your application is terribly slow. Okay, so always first change it to false to turn off open in view session filter, and then make sure you are materializing all the data. Materializing in the sense, for each use case you know what all data you need for this particular use case. So fetch all the necessary data, and if possible you can return a DTO, so that whoever is consuming this method, they don't need to worry about lazy loading exceptions and all that. Okay, so follow these practices, and always make sure to check how and what kind of a queries being generated behind the scenes. Okay, so we also talked about this n+1 select problem. In our application we have not seen this, but you get the point, right? You can fire a query and then get n rows, and for each n rows, if you load associated collection, it's going to result another n queries, which is basically n+1. So I think whatever we discussed in this section will help us to prevent this n+1 lazy loading. So here we have loaded only many-to-one association, but the same process applies even for loading a child collection as well. Okay, so again I am going to remove these two. Instead I prefer to use a single JPQL with left join fetch. Okay, so this is our implementation for this use case, and we are good to move on to the next feature implementation, which is creating a short URL. Welcome back. In this section, we are going to implement this feature of creating a short URL. So as we have not yet implemented security, we are going to implement this for a guest user. So we will not have the option to make it as a private URL or setting expiry date or something like that. So in this section, we are going to implement only take the long URL and then convert it into a short URL. And then once we implement security, then we will revise this feature and then add more options to support user. Logged in user can specify can it be a private URL or public URL, and they can set more than 30 days of expiry days. Okay, so let's get started. We have our application running, so let's go ahead and access it. So it's working fine. Now we are going to add that form here. So let's go back, and here, so here I have plain HTML form, and just we are using Thymeleaf action for short URLs as a post method. Okay, we just have one input text field, and we are just showing the placeholder value like this, and that's it. And here when we submit it, it is going to submit to this URL pattern, right? But how we can redisplay this form? Let's say if there are any validation errors, we would like to redisplay this form along with the previously entered value and also show some error message, right? So how can we do that? With plain HTML form, it's not going to work, right? So for that one, let us go ahead and open our home controller. So what we need to do is we can create a class that represents this form with all the fields that are there in the form, and then create an instance and put it in the model. And here we can use Thymeleaf colon object and then specify the model attribute name, so that whatever the value you set, it's going to retain and you can redisplay the form with errors. So while implementing, it will be more clear. So let's go ahead, and in web, I'm going to create a package called DTOs and then create a class. So here I'm creating DTO start, create short URL form. I'll make it as a record. So for now we have only one field which is original URL. Okay. Now we need to make this field as a mandatory field. For that we can use validation API. So earlier it used to be called Java Bean Validation API. Now it is renamed to Jakarta Validation. So for that, what we can do here, again, you can directly add it, or you can go to start.spring.io and then select validation starter, which is nothing but just adding this dependency. So I am directly making that change here. So we just need to add this validation starter. Once we add it, we can use the annotations here. So in this is a not blank. It should not be blank. So I can make it as a message resource bundle and then take that value, or I can just hard code. For now, I'm just going to hard code saying that original URL is required. Okay, so we have this validation, and now what I'm going to do in let's go to home controller, and here I'm going to add a model attribute and create this new create short URL form with a blank with the model attribute name of create short URL form. Okay, now once I set up with some initial data, I can use this and redisplay what are the values that are there in the bean. Okay, so how can I do that? Now I'm going to replace this form with Thymeleaf based. Okay, here we can see it's just a card component. We have this title, and here the action is when we submit the form, this is the URL it is going to submit to. And the important point is here we are saying th colon object. So this model object we are binding to, and this is nothing but model attribute name that we set here. Okay, now if you go to here, and in this input text, in addition to the existing properties, here we have added this new one, th colon field original URL. This is nothing but the property in our form. Okay, original URL. And what it does is, when you submit this form, whatever the value you enter into this input box, it is going to automatically stored in this field. Okay, and also while redisplaying, it is going to take the value that is currently there in this field and populate it in the input text box. So this is how we can automatically bind when we submit the form, and when we want to redisplay the form with some existing value. Let's say if this is not a valid URL, and you can redisplay this form with the whatever value user entered. So it helps in both the approaches. And finally, we are using this th colon if, and we can check if there are any errors associated with this particular field. Okay, and we are checking, is there any errors for this particular field? If yes, it is going to show th colon errors and only the error message associated with this field. Okay, right now we have only one field, so it is a very simple one, but the process is same no matter how many fields you have. Okay, now we have this one, and when the form is submitted, you want to submit it to this URL. Okay, now let us implement a post handler. So here When we submit the form, it is going to be considered as a model attribute. So we can add this as a model attribute, and the name is the same as what we have used here. And also we need to add this @valid annotation to trigger the validation. When the form is submitted, we need to add this one so that it is going to validate based on the annotations that we added here. So once we have this one, the important thing is you need to capture if there are any errors. So immediately following this form, you need to use binding result, from which we can check is there any errors in the binding of the data to this form. And finally, let's say we can have model, and also we can use a redirect attributes. So I will explain what this redirect attributes does. Okay. So now once the form is submitted, first thing we need to do is to check is there any errors in the submitted form. So here it is very important. It should be immediately after this we need to have a binding result. If you put it like this also, it doesn't work. Okay, it is important to have immediately after this form submission model attribute. Now once we check is there any errors, we would like to redisplay the same page. Like in our case, it is index.html, right? So we are immediately returning that. Otherwise, what we can do, we can proceed further and then create the URL, short URL, and then save it. Okay, first let us verify whether we are able to capture the validation and then redisplay if it is not working. Okay, so we are not going to implement right now. Okay, to do implement the logic, but for now what we can do, if it is fine, just we are going to redirect it. So if there are no errors, we are going to redisplay this home page. One thing to remember, if there are any errors, for example, we submitted the form without entering original URL and it finds this validation errors, we are going to redisplay the index page. But the problem is when we try to render this one, we are expecting it to have all the short URLs and base URL, and it is going to populate the in the same page we have this table also, right? So it is going to miss this. So here we also need to fetch this data and populate it. Okay, later we are going to refactor this so that we'll call a private method to do the same thing instead of duplicating the logic. But for now, let us proceed like this. If there are any errors, we will repopulate that data so that we'll still show the form, but below that we still show all the list of URLs. Okay, but if you have a complete different page for creating a new short URL, you don't need to do this, because in that page all you have is a form. So you just need to redisplay the form with the errors. You don't need to fetch the URLs and all. But in our case, in the same home page we have both the form and then below that we have the table. So that's why we are trying to again fetch this and then populating this one. Okay, now here the actual logic is going to be like this. Just imagine we would like to redisplay the form that says, okay, success message. Let's keep it as success message, short URL created successfully. So what we are trying to do here, we have not actually implemented the logic. We are just verifying the form submission is working fine or not, and then if there are any errors, whether we are able to redisplay the form with errors or not. And if everything goes fine, we want to display a success message with short URL created successfully. So where are we going to display this one? Again, we can just put that message in this index.html itself, but we have our layout page, right? And it is going to be same logic in different pages where you perform some action and then you would like to redirect to a different page and then show if it is a successful one, you say, okay, so and so operation is successful. So instead of duplicating that, showing error message or successful message in different pages, we can put that in layout page itself. Okay, so let's below in the container, let us add the logic to show if there is a successful message, show success message. If there is error message, show error message. Okay, let us add that code. Okay, here I am adding these two blocks. Here first I am checking if there is an attribute called success message, then only display this div. And as it is a successful message, we are using Bootstrap styles that shows in green color, and then we are simply displaying the success message. And if there is any error message, we are using Bootstrap styles alert danger, and then showing that alert error message. Okay, so this is going to be common irrespective of the page, so we don't need to add that showing the error message here. Okay, and finally, is there anything else? Okay, first let us go ahead and simulate this success use case and then see. I'm restarting this application. Okay, we are showing this form, and let's say spring.io. I'm going to create the URL for this. So now it says short URL created successfully. Okay, but obviously we have not actually created that in the database. But one successful scenario is like, okay, if you don't enter any original URL here and then submit it, it is showing this error message. This field is required. So this is also working fine. Okay, next, let us simulate a error use case. Let's say currently just there is no logic here. Let's keep a dummy check. If it is true, we are showing this, else we would like to show a error message saying failed to create short URL. Okay, so here just we are simulating this error case. It should go to this error scenario right now. Okay. Now let's cancel, and here I would like to enter this, and okay, if creation of a short URL failed, it is going to show this error message. So everything is working fine. All that is left is to implement the actual logic of storing the short URL in the database. So while implementing this feature to create a short URL and store it in the database, we need to follow some pattern where in our controller, we are going to extract whatever the user submitted input, and then detach it from any web related things and then call the service layer, so that our service layer is not going to depend on anything related to web. So I personally prefer to create a command object and then put all the input parameters there and then pass it to service layer. So here I am going to create a new command object called create short URL CMD, and I'm going to make it as a record. So for now, there is only one field, original URL, but we are going to extend it with additional fields like user ID and is private, or what are the expiry dates and all that. But for now, we have only one field. And now I'm going to create in short URL service a method to create. So create a public short URL DTO and create short URL, and it is going to take that command object create. So here we are going to store the data in our database and then return a short URL DTO here. Okay, so let us call this method from our controller. Here we are going to actually implement the logic. So try catch. Okay, and basically this is going to be in try block and the error is going to be in catch block. Okay, so let me close it. So here we have short URL service dot create short URL, and we need to pass this command. Okay, so we are going to call this, and if there is no error, we are going to assume it's a success, and then we will redirect. And then we can hold the return value short URL DTO, and then even show it in the success message. Okay, so here short URL created successfully, and then you can show http localhost 8080/yes/. So here you can show the short key. So this is going to be the generated URL, and already we have been duplicating this value here, hard coding in a few places. So next we are going to move it into a properties file. Okay, so now this is fine. Now let's focus on our service implementation. Here we need to create a short URL entity. Okay, let's set original URL, and before that let us short key. We are going to generate that. For now, let's go ahead and set short key, and what other properties we need to set. Created by, for now it's going to be null, and short URL is private, false. Short URL expired also null, not actually null. It should be by default loc instant dot now dot plus. So it is going to be 30 days. So here, okay. So we are by default for guests, we are setting the expiry time should be from now, add next 30 days. Okay, and I think that is it. Next we can simply call okay, set created at current time, and then we can call dot save short URL, and finally we can use this entity mapper to short URL DTO. Okay, so when we call this one, it's going to persist and then automatically update the ID generated value also, and we are passing it to this DTO mapper and then converting that into short URL DTO. So what logic remains here? Generation of a short key. Okay, so now we are going to use a random utility to generate a random 6-digit alphanumeric code. Okay, so here I am going to use this code snippet to generate this random short key. So we are specifying what are all the characters that are allowed to generate this 6-character code. So we can use capital and small alphanumerics 0 to 1, 0 to 9, and then short key length is 6, and we are using random secure random to generate this 6 alphanumeric character, random character. Okay, we can use that. Okay, we can use that, but the thing is there is a chance that the what are the 6 alphanumeric character generated might be already exist and stored in our database. So we need to ensure it is not already in the database. So for that we are going to use another private method to check if the generated short key is already present in the database. If so, we are going to try to generate another one. Okay. So here we are going to generate a random key, and then we are going to implement this method in our short URL repository. So in JPA repositories, we can also, similar to find by, we can also use this exist by, which is going to check for some existence of a record or not, and then return a boolean. If it exists a record, it's going to return that, otherwise false. Okay, so here we are checking, is there a record exist in the short URLs table with the given short key? If so, it is going to return true, otherwise returns false. So we are using that logic here, and in a do while loop, we are going to generate a random alphanumeric 6-character thing and then check whether it exists or not. If it exists, we are going to do it again. Otherwise, we are going to return the existed one. So we are going to use this method. Okay, now it is fine. Okay, now let us restart our application and then see. So I'm going to use my blog and then try to generate a URL. Failed to create short URL. So here click count is null, and let us set that as well. Short URL dot set click count to 0. Let's restart. Let's create a spring-data-jpa short URL. So it is successfully stored. You can see that same thing is also displayed over here. Okay, so it's working, and also here you can see it is created as a guest, and also created date, and also expired after 30 days. So the successful case is working fine, but we also need to do a few things. Which one? Validating this URL. That could be an optional, like whether we can configure at the application level, whatever is entered by user, just use and then store it. That should be fine. Or you can say validate that before generating this short URL. So that can be configurable. Okay. So what we are going to do in our current implementation, we have already duplicated this. Ideally, this should be a configurable option, and also we are going to configure what is the number of default expiry days and rebuild this logic. So now in our application, let us create a class record, in our case application properties. So you can create it as a class or record, but I prefer to create it as a record. Usually in our application configuration, it should not be modifiable. Once you load the configuration, it should be immutable. So for that, I prefer to use a record. And then here we can use this configuration properties, and the prefix is whatever you prefer. I will use this app, and then what is base URL, I am going to make it as a configurable one. Okay, and also we can use the same validation annotations to make it configurable and also apply. Okay, before starting your application, this base URL should be configured, otherwise throw error. Okay, here I am going to say not blank. This value should not be blank. And when we have this configuration properties, we can use it configuration property scan. So it is going to scan entire package and its sub packages for this configuration properties, and then load the data into this bean properties. Okay, so here we have added this not blank. So it is expecting app.base URL property value from our application properties or from environment variables and things like that. But right now we don't have any such configuration. So if I restart now, I'm expecting the application is failed to start. Okay, so let's restart and see. It did not fail because I have not added this at validated annotation. So here, in order to trigger the validation, I think we need to add this. Let us check. So it failed, and then also it is saying property app.base URL value null must not be blank. Okay, so there are a couple of things. One, obviously we can configure our application specific things here, app config, and then use app.base URL http localhost colon 8080. Okay, good. And if you know a sensible default value, you can also mention here at default value. Okay, so in that case, even if you don't configure that here, it is going to take this default value. Okay, but it is better to have this even if you have a default value, so that it is clear on what are the restrictions that you have applied on these properties. So the next field I would like to have is the default expiry days. So here it's going to be a int default expiry in days. Okay, and also I would like it to have default value of 30, and it should not be configured to any less than 1 day. So it should be minimum 1 day, and maybe we can also configure some max 365 days or so. Okay, so it is up to us, but I'm just demonstrating. If you have any such validations, any property validations, you can use this bean validation to impose those. So now if you again configure your application app.default expiry days like -1, and if you try to start the application, it may fail, saying that you're configuring invalid value. Okay, so you can impose those restrictions. So here I will leave it to 30 days. Okay, so this is how we can make our application configuration. Now, once we have this in place, we can inject this as a bean into our home controller, and let's do that. Private or final application properties. Okay, now instead of hard coding this, I'm going to replace with properties dot base URL, and here too, and here also. Okay, so next we have in our controller, we have hard coded this. We should again inject that here. Let's say properties. Okay, so we have refactored that. Cool. Now we are in a good shape. Now let us just restart and then verify everything is working fine or not. This time I'm going to give SivaLabs start in, and it created successfully, and then it is still working fine. Okay. And finally, let's also make another configuration property to whether should we validate the original URL or not. Okay, so let's create another configuration property in our application.properties, boolean validate original URL. So again, we can specify default value true, and also if you want to configure that here, we can configure true. Okay, so with that, when we submitted our form in our service, before creating all this, we can validate the input URL. So for that, if properties.validate URL, here we can validate that and then verify. Let's create a utility in our services. Okay, here I am creating a simple URL existence validator class, and then have a method URL exist, and then pass the URL, and then we are using JDK utility to try to make a connection to it and then verify whether we can make a head request to it or not. If the response code is between 200 and 399, it's a success. Otherwise, it's a failure. We are not able to reach the URL. So we are returning false, otherwise returning true. A small utility, and we can use this utility to verify validate URL dot is URL exist and specify the original URL. Okay, if URL not exist. Okay, so here you can throw any exception. Right now I'm throwing just a runtime exception, but you can throw a custom exception as well. So here I'm going to show what is that CMD original URL. Okay, let's restart. And I'm going to enter some invalid junk here and then submit. Failed to create short URL. Okay, so that's how we can validate if it is a valid URL. It's going to work just fine. Okay, we have successfully implemented our create short URL feature, but I would like to discuss about a couple of points here. So we are using these redirect attributes and then storing the messages as a flash messages, not as a model attributes. Why? So usually when you are building any server rendered applications using Thymeleaf, so assume you have a form and user enters some data, and if they submit, if there are any validation errors, you are going to redisplay the same form with the errors. Okay. If the submitted data is valid, you are going to insert the data into some database table, and then you are supposed to redirect to a different page. If you don't redirect, instead if you forward, and if the user press a refresh on their browser, it is going to resubmit the form again. And obviously in the backend, we are going to try to store one more record into the database, which is not what we desire. So that is why whenever you are submitting a form and if it is successful, you should be redirecting the user to a new URL. Okay, so that is what we are doing here. When we check if there is any error, we are redisplaying it. Otherwise, we are storing the database record into our database and then adding the attributes, whatever success or failure messages, as a redirect attributes dot add flash attribute. Why? Because if you add this message as a model attribute, it's not going to survive because it's going to be a completely new request when we redirect to this home page. So in order to store the message that is available in the next request, we need to add it as a flash attributes and redirect attributes. That's why we are using redirect attributes dot add flash attributes. Okay. So this is why we are using, and in fact, if you are curious what is all this about, you can check. There is a popular pattern called post redirect get. So this says whenever you are posting a form, once you successfully done whatever is necessary, you should redirect and get to a new page. Okay, so I would recommend to take a look at this pattern and understand what it is. And another thing we are not paying attention to is in our service layer, we have not configured transaction management. So usually service layer is where we are performing a unit of operation. So when user performs some action, we need to perform an activity which should be either completely done successfully or you should not do anything partially. Okay, so our service layer should be transactional. So we need to add this annotation to make every method as a transactional unit of work. So in our case, we do not have multiple operations, database operations. So so far it is not a big deal, but here assume in our create short URL, if you are inserting data into multiple tables, then either we should do all of them successfully or we should roll back all of them. It should not be like one operation is successful, another got failed. So we should add this at transactional annotation, either at the class level or at the method level, either is fine, but I usually prefer to add that and then make it as a read only at the class level and add at transactional at the method level for only write operations. So by default, all the methods are transactional but read-only operations. But I can override that behavior by adding this at transactional at the method level. Okay. So this is how I prefer to manage the transaction and how it automatically roll back. If there is any exception, specifically runtime exception, then it is going to automatically roll back whatever the changes you have done within that method. Okay, so we have this transactional management in place, and that's it for this section. I hope you understand how these things work. Now that we have implemented our create a short URL, next we are going to implement when user click on this short URL, we should redirect the user to original URL. So next we are going to implement that feature. Welcome back. In this section, we are going to implement another feature where when the user click on this short URL, we are going to redirect the user to this original URL. Let's get started. We need to implement a request handler for get mapping with the pattern /s/shortkey. So let's go ahead and implement that. So in our home controller, we are going to add another request handler for get mapping with /s/ the dynamic part is a shortkey. Okay, now we are going to implement the handler redirect to original URL. It's a path variable, so we need to use path variable and a short key. It is going to bind the short key value into this variable. Now we need to invoke short URL service dot access short URL and pass a short key. So this method is not currently implemented, and for the given short key, there may or may not exist a record. So we are going to expect an optional of short URL DTO. Okay, so once we get this optional, if it is empty, we should throw some exception and then render the resource does not exist. So for now, we are going to simply throw an exception. Later we will implement how to handle this. So instead of throwing the runtime exception, let us implement a URL not found exception, something like that. So short URL not found exception, and we are going to put it in the package exceptions. Okay, so we have this, and we are going to throw this exception instead of generic runtime exception. Otherwise, if a short URL exists, we are getting it, and then we are redirecting the user to this original URL. Okay, so our home controller implementation is fine. Now let us implement this access short URL method. So here we have first we need to get a instance of short URL for the given short key. So let's implement that method. Okay, again it is going to return a optional of short URL short URL repository dot. We can write a method find by short key. Okay, so here, so this is an IntelliJ feature where it will show based on the fields available in the short URL object. So here we can see find by short key, find by is private, find by click count. So based on the property name, it will automatically suggest you some of the finder methods. So in our case, we need find by short key, and it automatically populated the expected input parameters. A nice feature in IntelliJDea Ultimate Edition. So once we call this, if it does not exist, we can simply return, like if it is okay, if it is empty, we can simply return empty. Otherwise, we can get the short URL and we can check if short URL dot get expire set is not equals to null, because that can be null, and it is not after if it is before. So if the expires at time is before the current time, that means this is expired. So in this case also we should return optional of empty. Otherwise we are going to map the short URL optional and convert it into DTO. So basically we are first getting that record for the given short key, and it may or may not exist. So if it does not exist, we are returning an empty, optional empty. Otherwise we are getting the short URL and then checking whether it is expired or not. If it is not null, if it is null means it never expires. If it is not null, and we are checking whether expires at time is before the current time. If it is true, then we are returning empty. Otherwise we are mapping it to a short URL DTO. So here we have handled this. If it is empty, we are throwing this exception. For now it is going to show this error stack trace, but first let us check and then see how we can handle gracefully this exception, and then show a 404 error page. So let me start the application. So here I can access, and so this short URL is a short URL for this original URL of spring.io. If I click, it is going to spring.io, which is working as expected. And let me click on this. It should take me to one of my blog posts. Yes, it is working fine. So it is working fine. Now maybe we can set one of the value to past value of expires and then see how it behaves. So in our database, let us go. Okay, connected. Now I'm going to make one of the expires to 2024 and then save the record. So here, if I refresh, I can see this is expired already. Now if I click on this, it is showing this error page because behind the scenes we threw this exception. But when this exception occurred, we should render a page not found or URL expired or something error message. So how we can handle at the application level? There is a feature called controller advice, where there are many different ways of handling exceptions, but one of the way is you can declare a global exception handler as a controller advice, so that if there is any exception that occurred at any of the controllers not handled, they are going to be handled by controller advice. So in our case, let us handle that as a controller advice. In controller in web, I'm going to create a class called global exception handler. Okay, and I'm going to add a controller advice annotation, and here I'm going to implement methods handle short URL not found exception. So here I'm going to add this annotation of short URL not found. So what this will do, if it has any controller throws this exception and not handled in the controller method itself, it's going to be handled by this controller advice. So here we are not doing anything. Maybe we can log it and then okay, here you can log and we can render a 404 page. So here let us create that under error/404.html. Okay, you can change it to show some fancy UI and all that, but the process is, if this exception is thrown, this is going to handle like this, and then it is going to return this to show that error message. Now let us see how it handles. Okay, so now it is showing this exception. Here you can also use our layout template to show all the top nav and everything. So it is, let's implement that. So here we can take this and implement that here. So here we can see like this. Okay, and also we can see some random non-existing code also shows the same page. So that is how we can handle unhandled exceptions globally using controller advice. Okay, so here you can implement any such type of exceptions, like maybe currently we handled only this exception, but if there is any logic exception or anything else, you don't want to show some error stack trace, right? In that case, we can handle global exception and then show a different 500 page. I mean, you can name it whatever you want. But here I'm using this HTTP status code just to showcase. Okay, you can show some page. If there is any exception, it will handle and show this page. So another thing we need to take care is, whenever a user access any of this short URL, we need to increase the click count, right? So we need to handle that logic as well. So here, when we call this access short URL, and before returning this, we can say set click count to current count +1, and also save it. Now we can restart our application, and we need to, because we are doing a write operation, we need to use a transactional. Okay, now we can check in our DB. Currently click count is 0 for all the URLs. So now let us see, and I am clicking on this. Okay, now if I go and refresh, I can see the count increased to 1. If I click on the link again, now here let me refresh, and now it is 2. Okay, so we are tracking how many times a short URL is accessed. Okay, cool. In the next section, let us implement security using Spring Security. Welcome back. In this section, we are going to secure our URL shortener application using Spring Security. So far, we do not have any concept of logged in user, and anybody can access our application and then create a short URL as a guest and then see the list of public short URLs. Now we are going to configure our Spring Security in such a way that we can restrict some URLs like my URLs or admin dashboard only to be accessible by authenticated users. And also we are going to apply some role-based access control, like admin dashboard should be accessible by users with role admin privilege only. Okay, so we are going to first explore what is the default behavior of a Spring Boot Spring Security, and then we are going to learn how we can customize that. Okay, so let's get started. Let's go to Spring Initializer. Here earlier we have selected all the features and their corresponding starters. Now let us see what happens when I select security. So here we are using Spring Security. And if we explore, here we can see few starters added. One is Spring Boot Starter Security. Let's add it to our pom.xml. And also, because we have added Thymeleaf dependency already, it also add this one more dependency, Thymeleaf extras Spring Security 6. So let's add this as well. And there is a Spring Security test dependency for writing test. Let us copy this as well. Okay, so these are all the dependencies we need. Next, once we have added this Spring Security starter, let us see how it behaves if you try to run the application. So we have not added any other configuration related to Spring Security. So we just added this dependency and then we just started our application. Now let us see how it's going to behave. Now I am trying to access home page and it automatically redirect me to a login page, which I have not implemented by myself. And you can see a simple login page here. So what is going on? To understand that, let us go and take a look at our console log. So here, when you start the application, here you can see this warning of, using generated security password, some random thing, and this password generated password is for development use only, use your security configuration for production user, all this information. So what just happened is, when you simply add this Spring Security starter, it's going to secure all the URL patterns. Okay, so even if you go to home page, it is checking whether the user is already logged in or not. If it is not, it is going to redirect the user to login page. But we don't know like what are the credentials for users and how we are authenticating, where we are checking the user credentials. So we have not configured anything. So what Spring Boot's Spring Security auto configuration did, it will create a in-memory based user repository, a kind of thing, where the default username is user and the password is whatever is logged in the console. So this one. So now let us copy that and paste it here, sign in. So now we are able to successfully log in and then we are able to access the home page. Okay, so is there any way to customize this behavior? Yes, there is. But let us go a little bit slow because Spring Security is a little bit complex topics in my opinion. So let us slowly understand a step-by-step manner. Instead of generating using the generated credentials user and then some UUID value here, let us simply configure Spring Security user name. So the default one is user. Let us change it to, let's say, Siva. I just want to make my name. And then you can also configure the password. Okay. So I'll leave it as a Siva only. Okay. Now let me restart. So now you see, you don't see that auto generated UUID as a password thing. Now if I go back and try to access this, now I will provide Siva and Siva as my credentials and I'm able to log in. Okay, nice. And in addition to username and password, you can also provide what are the roles for this particular user. Okay, now let us configure user. So you can leave only one role, or you can also assign multiple roles with a comma separated thing. Okay, let us include only user. Okay, for now, let us have user role only. Okay, so now that we have customized the credentials, so I know we are not talking to any database, we have users table and all that, but first let us understand. So for now, let us imagine we are having only one user with these credentials, and let us understand how we can work with it. Okay, so now, as I said, we can log in using these credentials that we just mentioned. The next thing I would like to change is here. By default, it is showing all these URLs, whether we log in or not. Earlier, we just display them. But let us change it to only show login and register if the user is not already logged in. If user logged in, show logout button. And also only show this my URLs for authenticated users only. And admin dashboard link should be visible for only the people not only logged in, but also having the admin role. Okay, so let us change that. In order to change that, so all that navigation bar and everything is in our layout.html, right? So once we have added this Thymeleaf extras Spring Security 6, we can use a custom namespace security. So let us go ahead, and here I am adding this security extras slash Spring Security. So I can add this one additional namespace, and then I can use some features like here my URLs should be shown, this link should be shown only for authenticated users. So Spring Security, it is providing some features, various features like this. Here we can use security : authorize is authenticated. So what this will do, this is going to be rendered only if the current user is authenticated. Otherwise, it won't render. And similarly, we can also use security : authorize is anonymous. So there are things like this which are Spring expression language, where we can use this for checking related to security status. Okay, is anonymous means user is not yet authenticated, is authenticated means user logged in successfully. So we can also do the same for registration also. Okay, we'll show login and registration links only for guest users. But what about logged in users? We should show a logout button, right? So here we will show is authenticated only for the people, authenticated people, and also let us make it as a form submission. Okay, we don't need all the classes and everything. And instead of a anchor tag, let us put a button, type submit, and we can have logout. Okay, so here what we are doing, if the user is authenticated, we are having a small form and which is going to submit to /logout using method post, and we have a button to show logout thing. Okay, so with this change, what about the admin dashboard? We'll come back to it in a minute. And first, let us see how these are things going to be affected. So here, again, I can log in with Siva. Here you can see, as I have already logged in, I can only see logout. And as I already logged in, it is showing this, but for this one, we have not yet configured anything. Statically, it is showing. Now let us change that as well. In addition to checking is authenticated, is anonymous, we can also check whether the current user has a specific role or not. So IntelliJ is showing this auto completion. Here I can check does the user has this role? If yes, then only show this link, otherwise don't show it. So right now we have configured the only user we have with user role only, which means Siva user does not have admin role. So it is not going to show this dashboard. So let us check that as well. As you can see, only my URLs is being shown, not admin dashboard. How about adding that additional role as well? So here, let me add admin role also for the user, and I'm going to restart this. So this is a static data that we are configuring just to make you understand the concept. Obviously, this is not how we are going to configure our users information. Eventually, we are going to talk to the database and then compare the credentials and all. But for now, let's understand how our showing only role-based controls on UI and all that. Okay, now this user has both user and admin. Okay. So here you can see as the user Siva has both admin and authenticated, we are able to see both the links here. Okay, that is also nice. But first let us understand how Spring Security works, right? So if you take a look at usually in our application, we may have various pages and we usually access them using GET request, or if you have a form, you are going to submit to some URL, and also you may access some admin related pages and all that. And you will have Spring controllers to handle those URLs and render some web page and all that. So this is like for each action, there is an action handler. But what about some cross-cutting concerns? Cross-cutting concern in the sense, if you want to apply security, one approach is in every handler, you can check, okay, whether the current user access this handler is authenticated or not. You can put that check in everywhere. Or a better approach would be to have a thing called filter. So if you know Java web development in the olden days, there are servlets and then there are filters. So servlets in the modern Spring world, you can assume it as a controller, okay? And a filter is nothing but same filter in which you can configure a filter in such a way that for all these URLs, before handing over the control to these handler methods, let them go through this filter where we can write some logic to check whether the current user is authenticated or not. If authenticated, then only let them proceed to handle this. Otherwise, maybe redirect to a login page. Okay, so that is the kind of logic we usually put in our security filters. So how can we configure that? In our application, there can be some pages which can be accessible by guest users who are not yet authenticated. And there can be some URLs that are only accessible by authenticated users. And then again, there are some pages like admin dashboard. Not only you need to be authenticated, you also need to have a role admin. Okay, so if these criteria matches only, you will the security filter will allow you to proceed to handle this logic. Otherwise, it's going to redirect you to either, okay, you have not authenticated yourself, so first login. Otherwise, you already logged in, but you only have the role user, you do not have a role admin. So in case some single user try to access admin dashboard, it can redirect to a page called, okay, forbidden. You are authenticated, but you do not have a role admin. So all these checks will be performed in this filter. And Spring Security provides such filter where we can customize, okay, get short URLs is a public URL. For that, users need not be authenticated. Any guest users can also access. But right now we are not even be able to access home page also, because that is how Spring Security default configuration is configured. Okay, all the pages are locked down and only after you authenticate yourself, then only you can access. That is the default configuration. Of course, that is not how we want to have our URL shortener application. We should be able to go to home page and see the home page with create a short URL form, and then we can see this public list of short URLs and all that. So for a root page, we don't need to be accessible. Now, how do we customize that? That is where we are going to create our own Spring Security configuration class and then specify, okay, for these URLs, permit everyone. For these URLs, user should be authenticated. For these URLs, user should have admin role. So that is what we are going to do next. To customize default Spring Security, we need to create a custom web security configuration. So here in our URL shortener application, I'm going to create a package called config. Now I'm going to paste the default customized web security configuration, and I'm going to walk you through what we are doing here. So here, this is the security filter chain bean that we need to register in order to customize our Spring Security default configuration. So we have created a class, a configuration class, and to indicate to Spring Framework that this is a configuration class, we have added this at configuration. And also, as we are going to customize, we need to add this at enable web security. And then we have defined a bean for password encoder. In our case, we are going to use bcrypt password encoder, which is a most widely used one. We register it as a bean. And also, now we are configuring a Spring Security filter chain bean. And this is where we are going to customize all our security related things. So let us walk through it. So first we are disabling this CSRF configuration, but I'll talk about what this CSRF is. We'll talk about it a little bit later. For now, I'm just disabling it. And then here we are configuring, okay, what URLs can be accessible for guests, what URLs we need to be protected and all that. So here, if we take a look at it, we are using authorize HTTP request, and we are passing a lambda where we are saying request matches and specified a number of paths, URL paths. So if it is /URL or any request to WebJars or any request to CSS files, JS files, images, and to the root homepage or short URLs. So these are all the things that user should be able to access without having to log in. So we mentioned all those paths, and then using this .permit all, which means anybody can access it. And then we are configuring my URLs. This path should be accessible only for authenticated users. And then we are saying /admin/, so it can be /admin dashboard or anything that starts with /admin should be accessible by users who has role admin. Okay. And finally, we are saying we have already configured for most of the known URLs. Otherwise, if any other request, they should be authenticated. So one thing to remember is whenever we try to access any URL, it is going to start checking from top to bottom, which means if you put something at the top and then permit it, for example, if you put /admin is accessible publicly, it is not going to come down and then check here and okay, it needs authenticated user with this role. So it is going to check from top to bottom. So you need to put more specific URLs at the top and then broaden the priority to the bottom. So one more thing to remember is always ensure that all the URLs are locked down and only selectively enable whatever you want to make it publicly available, and then you can specifically secure some URLs for so and so authenticated users only or for users with specific role. So you should ensure that all the URLs are protected. Only enable the public URLs as permit all. Okay, don't just enable access for all the unknown URLs. And then we are customizing another thing as form login. So here we have seen Spring Security default by default generates a simple login form, but obviously we want to create our own custom form. Usually that should align with the overall our application UI. It is not simple two-field bare minimum login page, right? So in that case, we can say, okay, this is the login page URL. So if somebody tries to access any secured page, our Spring Security configuration is going to redirect the user to this URL, and we need to write a handler for it. And then once user is successfully logged in, they are going to be redirected to /page, which is home page, and this is accessible for everyone. And then there is a logout. Again, logout URL is this, and once successfully logged out, we are redirecting the user to login page, and also we are passing this extra parameter logout. Okay, and logout is also permit all. So finally, we are, after configuring everything on this HTTP security object, we are building the final security filter chain. So this is everything we need to have for our application. In addition to that, if you remember, we have configured our users with password in plain text. Obviously, this is not a good idea, and we should have a encoded text so that we can configure. Okay, so let us do one thing. In our test, let us create a simple password utility. And create a main method, password encoder, bcrypt encoder, and then just print encoder dot encode of secret and also admin. Okay, so what we are doing, we are just encoding two plain text values. One is a secret, another one is admin. So let us simply run this. So what we can do, let us create a migration script of third one, v3 underscore update user passwords dot SQL, update users set password equals to, so this is for Siva, where email equals to what of the email we have, and another one, this is for admin. Okay, now let us go ahead. Okay, so let me switch it. So now we have our third Flyway migration script, where we are changing it to respective bcrypt encoded values for the same values. Admin password is admin, Siva password is secret, but we are just changing that plain text into bcrypt encoded format. Okay, so this is fine. But how Spring Security knows to read the data, users information from users table? So far we have not configured anything, right? So this is where we need to configure another thing called user details service. So let us do that next. So Spring Security provides an interface called user details service, which we need to implement in such a way that we can query our database and then return the user information. So let us do that. So here in our services, I'm going to create a class called security user details service, and I'm going to implement user details service interface from Spring Security. Okay. Now I'm going to make it as a service, Spring service, and implement the method load user by username. So this is one method we need to implement. So in this method, you can implement whatever the logic. You talk to database or you talk to MongoDB. So whatever mechanism you can implement to load a user details information, you can do that. So obviously we are going to talk to our users table and get user details information by using this username. If you remember, in our case, our email is going to act as the username. We do not have a username field. If we take a look at the tables, we are going to use our email as the username. So we are going to, let's close this. So we are going to use this username as email. Okay. So first, let us go ahead and create our repository for users. I remember mentioning that we are going to use JDBC client instead of spring-data-jpa for user-related operations. But first, I'm going to use spring-data-jpa for this user repository also, and then I'm going to convert that into JDBC client. So it's not that complex. So here I'm going to create a class called user repository. And again, I can directly use IntelliJ feature to generate it. I can create a spring-data-jpa repository for the entity user. Okay. Yes, it is generated fine. And now I'm going to implement a method to look up optional of user find by email. Okay. I want to get a user information for the given email. Okay. So here it is implemented. Now I can go ahead and inject that user repository, final user repository. Okay. Now I can use user repository dot find by email and pass the username, which is nothing but email. And if it not finding a record with the given username, we should throw or else throw user not found exception. So if you take a look at this user detail service, the contract is you should be able to return an instance of user details. If you cannot find a user with a given username, throw this one. So instead of throwing other things, we should throw this exception so that Spring Security handles accordingly what to do when a username not found exception is thrown. Okay, so this is fine. And now we have our user instance. Now we need to return an instance of user details. This is again from Spring Security Framework. And also there is an implementation provided by Spring Framework itself called user. Okay, so now we can use the same thing, or we can create our own implementation as well. But let's go ahead and use what Spring is already provided. So here you can see, because we have already imported our own user class here, it is embedding the complete fully qualified name for user Spring Security's user. And here we need to provide some details like user.getEmail as the username. So if you take a look at it, it provides some options. We can provide the username, password, and a list of granted authorities. So we have provided email as username and password as password. And here we can pass a list of new. So we are creating a list of simple granted authority, and the role name we need to pass. So user role dot name. It should be in the format of role underscore whatever the name we have for the enum. Okay, so this is all we need to have for our Spring Security user details implementation. And here is the thing. If you register a Spring Bean which implements this interface, You don't need to explicitly configure that in web security configure. Spring Security automatically picks up the implementation of this interface, which is nothing but our security user detail service. So we are almost done. Only thing that is remaining is we need to create our login.html page. So let me create that. So here in the templates, I'm creating a new file called login.html, and it's a plain Thymeleaf template just like any other thing. So here again I'm using layout, and we have a simple form here. Okay, and it has fields. By default it should have the name field name as username, though we are giving email as our username and password. So these are the default parameters that expects when you are using form based login. The field name is supposed to be username and password. Okay, here we are having a couple of other things. We are trying to show if there is any error when you try to log in. If the credentials are invalid, it is going to redisplay the same login form with the parameter error, which means question mark error. And then we are going to show invalid username and our password. And also when we try to log in, we are going to append the parameter logout. So in that case, we can show you have been logged out. Okay. So this is a simple login form. And one last thing that we need to do is we need to handle this. Let's check here. We are saying a login page should be accessible when user access /login, right? So we need to implement that. So let's go to our controller and create a single get mapping for login. Okay. String login form return login. So if you remember, we are not using the typical Thymeleaf support of redisplaying the username and password. No, we are not using any of those features, because usually you don't see login form redisplaying the entered username and password, maybe for better security. So we are not using the Thymeleaf features where we redisplay the details. It's a plain form, HTML form. So we have our controller as well. When we access /login, it's going to render this login page. So we have everything configured, and we should be able to restart our application and access it. So application started successfully. Now I'm going to access it. Yes, we are able to see our home page without logging in. And then if I try to log in, okay, let us check in the login. Do we have login links? So, okay, so we have not actually included the links here. So let us update this href2 / my URLs, and this is th:/href /admin/dashboard. In the similar way, we can update login. Let me copy it. So here, this is a register. Okay, so that's all we need to update. Let us restart. Okay, now if I click on login, it is showing this login page here. Now, okay, another thing, I think we can remove this. We don't need this anymore, because we are now actually talking to the database and then checking the credentials. So here again, let me go back to login page. Login with admin credentials. Username is nothing but email, and password is also admin. So I'm able to log in and I can see both my URLs and admin dashboard. Now let me log out and log in with Siva user, Siva at gmail.com. Now log in. So let me check, is it Siva at gmail.com? Secret. Okay. So here I will log in with Siva at Gmail and secret. Okay. So here you can see only this, not admin dashboard, because Siva user does not have role admin. Okay. So our security configuration is working fine. So finally, let us see how we can get the current user information in two ways. One is I would like to show here the current logged in user email, and also in the background how we can get programmatically the current user logged in user information. Okay, so let's implement those two things. So here we have already used some security expressions like authorize and check is anonymous or is authenticated, like that, right? So similarly, we can also use this expression of security colon authentication and then print the name, which is nothing but our user's email. Okay, so here we are also checking only display this if user is authenticated. Okay, so let us see what this will do. Okay, here, so in our application, if you see, we are not yet authenticated and we are not seeing anything here. And then I'm logging in with admin at gmail.com admin. And now you can see welcome, so on so. Okay, so this is how we can print the login information using security authentication expression. Okay, you can also print roles as well. Okay, this is how we can render logged in user information in the UI. And let us see how we can get current logged in user information in the backend code. So here in controllers itself, let me create a security utils class. Security utils class. Okay, let me make it as a service or component, anything works. So here I'm going to implement a method public return the current user information. This user is from our domain entities. Okay, so get current user. So how we can implement that? We can call security context holder dot get context dot get authentication. This is going to return the current authentication information. If the user is not authenticated, it is going to return null. And we can also check if it is not null. Okay, and authentication dot is authenticated is going to be true only if user is authenticated. And then we can get authentication dot get name, which is nothing but our email. So once we have this, we can inject private final user repository. Okay, and inject that. Here we can look up the username, user repository, find by email or return null. Okay, so let us access this from our controller. Okay, here in the home page, let's inject this security utils dot get current user. Okay, right now we are not going to do anything, just we are going to put a debug point here and then see what value we are going to get here. Okay, let me restart the application and go to our home page. Let me log out. Okay, so I'm going to navigate to the home page, and here you can see current user is null because current user is not authenticated yet. So let me proceed and log in with admin credentials, admin. Now current user information is admin details you can see here. Okay, so this is how we can get the current authenticated user information like this from security context folder. Okay, so I think we have covered all the things we planned for this section. We know we have updated users password with bcrypt encoder password values, and then we used how by default Spring Security is going to show default login page, and we have customized with our own login page, and then we have conditionally rendered the links to login, register, logout based on the user logged in or not. And also we have conditionally shown this link to admin dashboard based on whether the current user has a role admin or not. And also we have seen how we can get the current login user information both in the Thymeleaf templates and in the backend code. So I think you have a decent idea on how to use Spring Security to protect your web application. In the previous section, we have learned how to secure our web application using Spring Security. We have also implemented user login functionality. But we need to update some existing functionality with the support for logged in users. So as I discussed in the initial URL shortener application features, we need to allow the logged in users to be able to create private short URLs, and also they can customize how many days the short URL can expire. So we are going to update the existing feature. One is in create short URL feature, we are going to add is it private and custom expiry in days. And also we have implemented the feature where given a short URL, we are redirecting the user to the original URL. But what if we have given a short URL and right now we did not check anything like is it private URL, and if it is so, we should only ensure that the logged in user is the owner of this one. Otherwise, we should not allow them to access it. So we are going to update these two features based on the current logged in user information. Okay, let's get started. So currently in our index.html, we have this form where we can enter original URL and then submit to create a short URL. So we are only taking the input for original URL, right? But we also need to add two additional fields, expiration in days and also is it private or not. Okay, and we are conditionally adding those two fields in the form based on if the current user already authenticated, then only we are going to show these two fields in the form. So let us add this namespace. So it's going to be security / extra Spring Security. Okay, so we are conditionally showing these two additional fields. Okay, and right now in our form we only have original URL. We do not have expiration in days, is private fields. So let us add them. So in our form right now we have only original URL, right? So I'm going to add boolean is private and also long, or it can be integer only, expiration in days. Also we can add minimum, it should be minimum 1, and also it can be maximum of 365 days. Okay, so these, remember here we are not saying not null because these two can be optional. So for a logged in user, we are going to show this and they can provide the values. For guest users, we won't show these fields, so they can be null. So that's why I'm not adding not null here. So but here if this field is shown to the logged in user, then they can optionally select these values. Otherwise, they can also leave the expiration in days input empty and we can take it as null. Okay, so that's why I'm not adding not null for these two fields. Okay, now we have this. Next, let us go to the controller. And here you can see it is already showing an error because earlier we have only original URL. Now we are going to make it as is private false by default, and also we are going to keep expiration in days also final null. Okay, so that is it. Next, once the form is filled and then submitted, we are creating a create short URL command. Okay, again let us add same fields, boolean is private, integer, expiration in days. In addition to these two, we should also add user ID, because it can be null for guest users, but if a authenticated user created it, we will have user ID. Okay, so now again going back here, it is going to show this error. Let us fill this information. So it's form dot is private, form dot expiration in days, and we need to get the current logged in user information. Earlier we have just added this and then we check the value during debugging. So right now let us go ahead and add another method to return public log get current user ID. So here we will get the current user calling this method, and if it is null, if it is not null, we are going to return the ID, otherwise we are going to return null. So what we can do, let us remove this, and here we are going to call log user ID equals to current user. That can also be null, because the same handler can be called from guest user also, but we can pass it to here. Okay, now we created this object, and then let us see if we need to make any changes in the service. So in the service create short URL method, let us see, earlier we have set created by null and also private to false and also expires to default value. Okay, now we need to conditionally change these three things. Let us check if the command has user ID not equals to null. Okay, so first let us check equals to null, and then we are going to leave these three things as it is. Otherwise, here we need to set created by with user ID value. Here we have, right, we are going to fetch and then set it. So let us call short URL dot set created by, and we are going to call user repository dot find by ID and pass that, or else throw, no, we should, okay, if we received a user ID, it should be existing, otherwise we should throw an exception. And then what about the private? We should set it to short URL dot set is private. So here I'm going to set it, this can be null, so I'm going to check. If it is null, I'm going to set it to false, otherwise whatever value we receive we can. So IntelliJ is suggesting to simplify this, so this can be null, and if it is null then we need to consider if it is null, we need to set it to false, otherwise we need to set whatever value we receive. Okay, so finally short this expiration date, we can also do the similar check. Here we can check whether expiration days is received as null. If it is not null, we are going to add whatever the days we have received as days, otherwise we are going to set it to null. So basically we are just checking, we are assuming that if we receive this command dot user ID not equals to null, we are setting what we received from the form. Okay, so this is all we need to do. Now let us start our application and see. Okay, now I have not yet logged in, so I'm only seeing this original URL. Now I'm going to log in as admin. So here we have used invalid property name. So let us change our, okay, so let us refresh. So basically this should be same as the property names in our command object. So now let us go back and let us log in. So here you can see, in addition to original URL, when I logged in addition to the original URL, we are also seeing this expiration in days, private. You can select if you want to create only private. So now here you can see only public URLs will be shown here. So first let us create, let's say for spring.io expiration days, let us put it as only 2 days, and let's not check this private URL. Okay, let's create it. So it got created here also, you can see, and we are able to create 28, and then only 2 days we have added to expire date. Okay, so by default, if you are a guest, you don't have this option, and it's going to be 30 days automatically. You are going to your short URL is going to expire in 30 days. But if you are logged in, you can set custom expiration date. So what about private URL? Again, let's just use the same one and ignore expiration, and let's create a private URL. Okay. Now, if I click on it, it's going to create this, but here you won't see that because this is not a public URL. We have created a private one, but we should be able to access this, right? Yeah, we are able to access. But we have created a private URL, and what if I can access this without logging in? Let's open this incognito window, and I'm able to access it. Even though it is private, without logging in, I can access. Why? Because we have not considered the private field while redirecting the user to long original URL. Here we are just taking it and then accessing the URL and then showing it. We are not checking whether the current logged user have access to it or not. We are not considering if it is private, is it allowed or not. So let us update that one. Here let us get same login user ID like this, and also pass that to access URL method. Okay, so here we have user ID. So this can be null. Here what we are doing, we are checking first whether the short URL exists for the given short key, and also we are checking whether it is expired or not. After that, let us compare that, like, okay, if it is not equals to null, okay, if it is not equals to null and short URL created by is not equals to null, and so here first we are checking whether the given short URL, if it is private, we are checking created by ID. If it is not equals to null, not equals to user ID, given user ID. So here IntelliJ is suggesting to use null safe object equals. Okay, so let's use that, and we are here verifying if it is a private URL, it should be owned by this logged in user ID. Otherwise, we are going to return optional of empty. Okay, let us verify this scenario as well. So now this is a private URL and I can access. Okay, right now I'm not able to access because I have not logged in. Okay, so if I log in, admin, so if I logged in, I can access this URL. But if I go to a incognito window, if I try to access it, it is showing short URL not found or expired because I have not yet logged in. So this is how we can protect the private URLs and enable accessing that only from the current logged in user who is the owner of it. Okay. So I think we have implemented both of our scenarios considering the login user information. Right now, we are displaying all the public URLs at once. We are not using pagination. So imagine if you have thousands or millions of short URLs, obviously we should not be displaying all of them at once. So in the next section, we are going to work on displaying a paginated list of URLs here with pagination bar. Welcome back. In this section, we are going to learn about spring-data-jpa's pagination support. And also, we are going to learn about Spring Data extension support for pagination. Usually, from the user point of view, page numbers starts with 1, 2, 3, and so on. But Spring Data-jpa's page numbers start with 0. So we're going to learn about how we can handle this and then make it look like a page number starts with 1. And finally, we're going to create a Thymeleaf fragment that shows a pagination bar with first, previous, next, last buttons, and we will make it a reusable fragment. So let's get started. Currently, in our homepage, we are displaying the public shortened URLs, all of them at once. But usually this is not a preferred approach because the number of shortened URLs can grow over the time, and it can be thousands or millions of records, and we shouldn't show all that information at once. So we are going to use pagination, and then per page, let's say we can show 10 at a time. And also we need to display first, previous, next, last kind of navigation elements in that pagination bar. So how are we going to implement that? Luckily, spring-data-jpa already provides support for pagination. So let us first understand how we can use spring-data-jpa's pagination support. So if you take a look at our short URL repository, currently we are extending JPA repository interface. And if you go to JPA repository interface, we are extending a couple of other interfaces. If you take a look at this list, paging and sorting repository, let's go to that. It also internally extending another repository called paging and sorting repository. So in this one, we have a couple of methods which are obviously inherited to our short URL repository. And here we have a find all method, and which takes a sort input, and also there is another find all method which takes a pageable argument and then return a page of some argument types. Okay, so this sort is to just say, okay, what on what property you want to sort, and you can pass multiple parameters like, okay, I want to sort on this column in ascending order, and then we want to sort on the secondary column using descending order. So something like that, we can pass one or more such sort options. And then in this find all pageable argument, you can also specify, okay, I want to have just a subset of elements like page number 1, where page size is 10 or 20, and you can sort based on so and so columns. So usually we should use pagination with specifying with some sort option. Otherwise, the results are going to be random, because if you don't specify a specific sort order, it is not predictable. So always use the pagination with some sorting option. So now we are going to use this method and pass the pageable argument to get a subset, a page of information. And what we are going to get as a return type, we are going to get a page of short URL objects. And this page contains all the information that is necessary for us to render the this pagination bar. So it contains a get content method, which is going to return the actual data, like maybe 10 records of short URLs. And then it will have methods like get page number, get total pages, get total number of elements. So you have all the information that is required for us to render this pagination bar. So Before actually using this, let us first implement that with some static values and then explore how we can use a spring-data-jpa's pagination bar. So in our home page, we are calling this find all public short URLs. So here, let us call short URL find all and let us create a pageable argument. Pageable. So we can use page request of, you can specify what is the page number. Spring-data-jpa page number starts with 0, so the first page number is 0, and how many elements we want to have per page, 10. And what is the sort criteria? We can say sort by descending order of created at column. Okay, and then we can pass that pageable argument and we are going to get short URLs page. So we are not going to use this yet. It is going to function as it is, but we are going to put a debug pointer and then we can see what information we can get out of this one. So now if I refresh, here you can see we have a short URL page and total elements are 26. So content, this has a list of 10 elements and you can even inspect. Okay, let's evaluate some expressions here. So here we can call get content, which is going to be a list of 10 elements. Okay, and there are other total elements which returns totally there are 26 elements, and also the pagination is for 10 records we are putting in a page, right? So accordingly it will calculate how many pages are there. There are 3 pages, and also we can use methods like has previous. So this is our first page, there is no previous page, so it is returning false. And also there is a next page. Yes, there is a next page. So we get all this information from this page return type. So we can use this information for rendering our pagination bar. The pagination support is not only available for built-in find all methods and all, we can also use the same pagination support with our custom methods as well. For example, here we have our own method find public short URLs, right? We can also make it take a pageable argument, and in return, instead of returning a list of short URL objects, we can return a page of short URL objects. So let us change this find public short URLs method to accept a pageable argument. So here, let's go and add this. And one thing is, earlier we were directly sending this order by clause here, but we can pass that sorting information through pageable. So we can remove this and we can keep the rest of the things, like here we want to return only the public URL. So this condition we can keep it here. And now instead of returning a list of page URLs, let us return page of short URLs. Okay, so now if we go back here, we can pass this pageable. Okay, and it is we can loop through all this stream, and then we don't need to call a stream here. I think we have a direct map method available. So let me, okay, so the page has a map method which takes a converter, and here we are passing this to short URL DTO method which takes short URL object and then convert into short URL DTO, and finally we are converting that to into a list. So we are still returning a list of objects only. For now, let us keep it as it is. Do not change the return type, and then let us see if we are able to fetch different page data. And also right now we are hard coding this here. Instead, let us take these parameters as inputs through this method. So here we say page number and page size. Okay, and one thing is, from user point of view, we are going to get the page numbers starting with page number 1, 2, 3 onwards. But spring-data-jpa assumes page number starts with 0, 1, 2, 3. So what we can do, we can just compare page number equals to page number. If it is greater than 1, let us simply reduce the page number by 1. Otherwise, take it as 0. Okay. So here what we are doing, if it is greater than 1, so simply if they pass 1, we are going to take it as 0. If they pass it as 2, we are going to take it as 1. Otherwise, if they pass 0 or any negative values, we are going to take it as first page 0. So simply it can act as a corner case handling situation also. We can take this page size. Okay. So now we need to pass these values from our home controller, and we can take a page number as a request query parameter. So let us use at request param and take it as a page, and you can also specify what is the default value. For a default, I'm going to specify as 1. Okay. So now what I can do, okay, not as a string, as integer long. Maybe we don't need long also, integer is sufficient. Okay, now I can pass the page number to this, and let us make the page size as a configurable property in our application properties here. So here I'm going to specify int page size and default value as 10. Okay, now what I can do, maybe if you want to change it, we can change it. For now, let us keep it as 10 only. Okay, let's close them, and now I can use properties dot page size. Okay, so what happens if I access home page without passing any page equals to 1 or some request query parameter? It's going to take 1 and then pass it to this method. If I want to get page number 2, I can specify a request query parameter page equals to 2, and then it's going to pass it and get the information. So I think there are a couple of other places. So in create short URL also, if there is any error, we are again using the same method. So here we can hard code this as a first page and a page size, because if there is any error, we are going to redisplay and we can leave it to first page. Okay, now I'm going to start the application, and I will go and get. Okay, so here you can see right now only we got 10 records, and if I specify question mark page equals to 2, I will get second page. You can see they changed, the values got changed. If I say page number 3, I get the last 2 elements only. So like that, you can pass this pagination as a request query parameter. And also let us take a look at what kind of a queries that it is going to generate behind the scenes. Now, if we go to page number 1, let us see what queries generated behind the scenes. So here you can see there are 2 queries that are triggered. One is to fetch the data, which uses fetch first n rows only, that is to fetch the first 10 records. And then there is another query that is triggered to count the total number of records which are private equals to false. So to count total number of elements and then page number of pages, it needs to get the total elements for the criteria, right? So it triggered 2 queries. Now let us trigger the second page. Okay, so here you can see, in addition to fetch first rows only, it also mentioned offset. So for the second page, it needs to start from 11th row, right? So it also mentioned that as well. So like that, internally, it uses whatever the database offset or limit, what are the syntax it supports. Spring-data-jpa uses that and then generate this result set. So now we know how to get a particular page data, and then currently we are just returning the list of elements, but let us change it to return more information about the pagination and then try to render the UI accordingly with pagination bar. Now I'm going to create a model object called page result. So it's a typed element where we can specify different type of objects to store, and you capture all the pagination related information. So here we are using T as a generic type. So we can make it as a page result of short URLs or page result of user, whatever we want to store the type of data. And here we are maintaining what is the current page number, what are total pages available, what are the total number of elements available, is it first page, last page, do we have a next page, do we have a previous page. So all the information we can store in this page result. So now we have another a static method which takes a page. This is from spring-data-jpa. So it takes a page of some type of objects and then prepares our own page result object. So it is going to take the content, the change that is from page to our page result is the page number. As we have already seen, from spring-data-jpa point of view, page number starts with 0. So when we ask for first page, it is going to return page.getNumber, it is going to return as 0. But for our users, we should show them as page number 1. So I'm increasing it to 1 and then hold the information, rest of the information in page result. Now what I'm going to do, instead of returning a list of short URL DTOs, I would like to return a page result of short URL DTOs. So how can I do that? So here I'm taking that page of short URL DTOs and then I'm using this static method to convert that into page result. Now we need to accordingly make changes here as well. So it is going to be page result of short URL DTOs and also here. Okay. But we assumed this short URLs is a simple list of short URLs, but now we changed this into a page result object. So accordingly, we need to change in our Thymeleaf template as well. So in our Thymeleaf template, in index.html, here we can see earlier it was a list. Now it is a paged object. Now we need to change it to .data is empty, because here we are checking the actual, does the data has elements or is it empty. So similarly we need to use this here, and also while iterating you need to iterate over actual data, not on the page result. So here we have that. So with those changes I think we should be good enough. Now let us restart the application. Okay, we got the data, and right now we don't have pagination bar, so let us add to. Okay, so it is seems to be working fine. Yes, we are able to show the data, but we need to have the pagination bar right now. So next let us create that pagination Thymeleaf template. So here in if short URLs data is not empty, so below the table we should display the pagination bar. So here I am pasting code snippet of displaying the pagination nav bar. Here let me walk you through this. So here we are using this Bootstrap markup to render this pagination bar. What we are doing, we are showing this navigation bar only if there are more than one page only. Okay, if there is only one page, there is no point in displaying the pagination bar. So we are using this if the total pages is nothing but a property in our page result, right? So if total pages is greater than 1, then only we are displaying this pagination bar. And as a first element we are having this Thymeleaf, and we are sending a request to home page with page number equals to 1. So it doesn't matter how many pages are there and all that, but first when user click on the first button, we should take them to page 1. Okay, so we have it. And also conditionally here we are appending whether should we disable this or not. Why? Assume we are already on page 1, there is no point in enabling this and then letting the user click on it again. So we are conditionally checking if the current page is first one, disable this button. We don't need to enable, but if it is not, then don't apply anything, which means it is going to be enabled by default. And again, in the similar way, we have previous button. Again, here we are checking the page number equals to current number -1. We should go back one page. And again, we are conditionally checking if it is first, there is no previous, so disable this. Otherwise, don't disable this. Similarly, we are just displaying the text of, okay, current page number of total pages and total elements, just for the informational purposes. So it is going to look like something like this. Page 1 of 5 or 3, totally there are 200 elements, something like that. And then we have next and last, and similar logic applies for the last page. We just go to page number equals to total pages. And for the next page, we just go to next current page +1. And conditionally, if it is already last page, disable this. Similar here. So nothing much complex. I just took the entire page navigation bars markup from the Bootstrap CSS and then use Thymeleaf conditionally rendering and then dynamically passing the data. That's it. Okay, with this one, now let us restart our application and then go to our home page. Here you can see we have first, previous, and then information about page 1 of 3. Totally there are 22 elements, and next, last buttons enabled. If I click on next, it is right now page 2 of 3, and both there is a next and last elements enabled, and there is previous and first elements enabled. So you can go like this. Okay, so our pagination is working fine. So one minor improvement I would like to do is, so not only in our home page we are using this navigation bar, we are going to use this in a couple of different screens also. So instead of directly putting it here, I would like to create it as a fragment and then include it. So how I can do that? In our templates directory, let me create a HTML page, pagination.html. I'm going to move that entire nav element into that. Okay. Now I'm going to include that using th:\insert. So here we can use this syntax of pagination. So here we are simply including that content here. So in a different page, we can simply use this to include the pagination bar. Like in my URLs, you can also display the list of your own URLs using pagination bar. Click on it. Now let's make sure it is working fine. Yes, it is working fine. Okay, so everything seems to be working fine, except there is one catch here. When I moved the navigation bar into its own fragment, here we have hard-coded the URL. Like when I click on the first button or previous button or any other these buttons, I am sending the request to /, which is going to be home page, right? But later, when I include this page to say my URLs page, I would like it to go to /my URLs, not to /home page. So we will see how we can parameterize this part as well. Instead of hard coding /, we can simply make it again one more model attribute, and then we can use that as well. So we will do that when we are working on our my URLs page. So in our home page, we pretty much take the control of getting the page number and then preparing the pageable argument here. So we did all our custom implementation, but spring-data-jpa also provides an extension where we can include automatically binding the request parameters to a pageable argument. So instead of taking the page number and then creating, you can simply have, let's say, a pageable argument. Okay. So you can directly have this, and then you can simply pass it to find all public short URLs method instead of passing the page number and page size. And how we can pass the parameters to this one. So if the request contains okay, get slash, and then it has page equals to 0, ampersand, size equals to 10, ampersand, and sort equals to created at comma DESC. So if the request contains query parameters like this, spring-data-jpa extension is capable of extracting all these values and then preparing a pageable argument directly like this. So it is more convenient, right? Then why to reinvent all this thing and then implementing our own logic to do that? The reason being a couple of reasons actually. One is this way we are directly coupling our web layer with what are the persistence framework we are using, in this case spring-data-jpa. So what if I don't want to use spring-data-jpa? Instead, I want to use let's say spring JDBC. I don't want to use JPA at all, or I want to use Juke. So in that case, we don't have these pageable arguments and all that, so it is going to break. So that is one thing. Another one is, as I already mentioned, spring-data-jpa's page number starts with 0. So which means if it is a 1, it is going to be like a page number 2. But we can also customize this to consider page number starts with 1. How can I do that? If we go to application properties, there is a property called Spring Data Web Pageable 1 indexed parameters equals to true. By default, it is false, which means the page number starts with 0. But if we set it to true, page number starts with 1. So this is going to solve our problem, right? Kinda, but half, it does the half job, like it takes the parameters starts with 1, but still while returning the results, like a page of some results, still the page number is represented as 0 based index, like first page is going to contain page number 0. So I don't like to have, okay, we can configure that to consider page number starts with 1, but again the result is still containing page number as 0. So instead of doing all this thing, considering I want to decouple my web layer with whatever the persistence framework I am using, I would prefer to simply take the page request parameter like this and then prepare pageable or whatever in my service layer, so that my web layer is completely independent of what are the persistence framework I'm using. So this is a little bit of convenient, but I would not prefer to go this route. I don't know, this is designed like this. I mean, returning still page number starts with 0, which is not really my personal preference. So I am going to continue with this approach only, where I take the page number and then prepare pageable argument in my service layer. Okay. So, but being aware is good. If you don't care about, okay, I'm not going to switch from spring-data-jpa to other, and also I am fine with page number starting with 0. So then I would recommend you to directly use pageable, and also you can customize your pageable argument values, something like this, using page default. So here you can specify, okay, page equals to starts with 1, and then size equals to 10. The default size is 10. Maybe you want to fetch 25 per page. So you can pass all that information as a default, so that if no request parameters like page size and sort. If they are not providing anything, it is going to consider these parameters and then construct this object. So it's up to you which one you want to use. In our case, I would like to go with this route. Finally, I would like to make one last change here. If you notice, we are duplicating a few lines of logic in both rendering the home page and also creating short URL. Whenever there is an error, we are again fetching the data and then putting in a model, right? So let us create a private method and call it once instead of duplicating that in two places. So create a private method and add short URLs data to model. Okay, so also I would like to take the page number as well. Okay, and instead of hard coding this, I would like to use that. Okay, and I'm going to call this here. Okay, I'm going to remove this, and from here I'm going to make it as 1. Okay, so now let us test it once. Okay, so here we are having the page rendered properly, and another scenario is if I don't enter anything and then submit it, it is going to render with error and still showing this data. So everything is working fine. So that's all for this video, and I hope you get a decent understanding on how to use spring-data-jpa pagination support. Welcome back. In this section, we are going to implement my URLs page and admin dashboard pages. Whatever the knowledge we gained so far by building this URL shortener application, those skills are enough to build these two screens. So I'm going to quickly walk you through the implementation, and then we are going to focus more on a few interesting concepts, such as we can use method level security instead of centralizing all the security configuration in web security config. We have already configured that, but now we are going to learn how we can use annotation based method level security. And also, typically in many applications, there are roles like user and admin, and most of the times a activity that can be performed by a user can also be performed by admin also. So we can consider admin is nothing but all the privileges a regular user has plus more privileges. So how we can configure role hierarchy in such a way that any activity that can be performed by a user can automatically be performed by a admin. So we are going to use this role hierarchy for that concept. So let's get started. So currently, when we access our application as a guest, you don't see my URLs or admin dashboard links. Once we log in, and if I have admin privilege, I will see admin dashboard. Otherwise, I will only see my URLs page. So we have those links in our navigation bar in layout.html. So when I click on this my URLs, I'm going to request /my-urls page, and also when I click on admin dashboard, this is the URL I am requesting for. Okay, so now I have implemented the logic to handle this request. So let us go through that. So in home controller itself, I have implemented this handler method to handle get request for /my-urls. So here what I'm doing, again, I'm taking the pagination request query parameter, just like the way we did for home page, and then I am getting it the current logged in user information from security utils, and then I have created a new method to fetch current users short URLs with pagination support. So I am passing the user ID and page number and page size. So let us take a look at it. So here earlier we have calculated page number, right? So I have moved that logic into a private method so that I can reuse it in multiple places. So I'm checking if the page number is more than 1, I'm taking it as -1, otherwise it should be 0. So here I am constructing the page request object, pageable object. We have seen this earlier also. So now once we have that, I am calling short URL repository dot find by created by ID. So I will explain what this is. So here I have created this following this derived query method naming convention. So what it is going to do, it is going to remove this prefix of find by and then try to create a where class using this one. So here, if you notice in our short URL entity, we have user created by field. Inside that, we have ID. So here what it is going to do, it is going to understand that there is a field called created by which is a user object. Within that there is ID property. So it is going to generate the query by joining the created users table and filter by ID value of the user. So not only like this one, not only we can write the derived query method by comparing the fields of the current entity, we can also create our derived query methods by querying nested relational objects also. Relational in the sense short URL has an association with user, so we can also query that user's ID based value also. So I do not use any custom query like this. Simply I have used derived query method, and then for this ID, created user ID, I passed this and also passed pageable argument for pagination. So once I call that, and then I map it to short URL entities, and then I construct a page result and then return it. So once I have that, again similar to our home page, I have put these URLs in the model and also put the base URL here and return this URL, my URLs page. So I have created a my URLs Thymeleaf template, which is again similar to our Thymeleaf home index.html. We are checking whether there is data or is it empty. Otherwise, we are showing the data by looping through the data of short URLs. So more or less the same. And also we have included a pagination fragment here. Okay, there is a little bit more functionality here for selecting checkboxes and then deleting, but I will explain this in a minute. So first let us take a look at this implementation. Let me log in with admin credentials. So here I am logging in with admin, and if I go to my URLs page, we can see similar to our home page, we can see this paginated list of things, and also we have a checkbox, and if you want to delete one or more, we can select them and delete them. I will explain that feature in a bit. And we have this pagination also, but there is one small flaw. When I put my cursor here, you can see it is taking me to localhost 8080 slash page equals to 2, but we want to go slash my URLs page equals to 2. Why it is not taking it? Because in our pagination.html file, we have hard-coded that path to slash only. Okay, so this is something we need to parameterize so that we can pass it depending on which page we are including this one. So let us do one thing. So if we go to home page, and in our home handler here, we can put additional attribute pagination URL, and this is going to be just a slash. In our home page scenario, this is the case. And if we go to my URLs page, here it should be slash my hyphen URLs. Okay, now we can take this And in our pagination, instead of slash, let us use that variable. Okay. So now I can replace slash with that. Okay. Now let us restart our application. Okay. Now let me log in again with admin. Okay. Now from here, I can go to next page and stay on the home page itself. And if I go to my URLs and if I go to next, I can successfully navigate across page and stay on the my URLs itself. So that is how we parameterized pagination URL in the common pagination fragment. Okay, so we can do the similar thing in our admin controller as well. We'll see it later. So now we have a pagination implemented, and let us take a little bit look at this feature where we are able to either select one or two and then delete this. So what we are doing while iterating through all that, while iterating through all the short URLs, we also have an input checkbox. So here the value is nothing but short URLs ID. Okay, and we gave the common name IDs. So we can select one or more short URLs, and all of the selected values can be submitted as IDs. Okay, so this is a checkbox, and also we have gave this CSS class URL checkbox. Okay, so there will be one checkbox for each row like this. In addition to that, we also have one checkbox with ID select all. So this is for if you want to select all of them, you can click and then it is going to select all of them. Otherwise, you can uncheck all of them. So that functionality of selecting, unselecting and everything is handled in our JavaScript here. So once document content loaded event is triggered. So okay, so here we are attaching this event listener. In this we are initializing all that JavaScript behavior. So here we are taking the all checkbox element, and then we are taking all the checkboxes based on the CSS selector with the class name, CSS class name. And also we have selected this delete button and then delete form. So this delete form is nothing but we have everything in our form, so all the data. So basically it's a simple JavaScript where if the user selects or unselect select all checkbox, it is going to loop through and then either check all of the checkboxes or uncheck all of the checkboxes. So once if you make any change, you also need to either enable or disable update delete button state, because if there is no select box, it should be disabled. So if you select all of them, if you unselect all of them, so depending on the state, you need to enable or disable that. So that is what we are going to trigger here. So similarly, for each of the URLs, again, we are doing the event listening where if any of this state changes, we are also going to update the delete button, either enable or disable, because at least there should be one checkbox checked to make this button enabled. So again, we are checking that. So finally, when we click on the delete button, we are asking for the confirmation and then submitting the form. So when we submit the form, it is nothing but we have only these checkboxes. So the name with IDs and all the selected values will be passed in this thing. So here, if you select one or two like this and then delete, click on this, it will ask for this permission and it is going to submit that. Here we have action is pointing to delete URLs. So in our home controller itself, we have another handler, delete URLs, in which we are taking this IDs parameter, and Spring will automatically convert that comma separated values into a list of long values. which are nothing but short URL IDs. And again, we are checking whether it is null or is it empty. If it is empty, we are simply saying no URL selected for deletion and then redirecting to my URLs page. Otherwise, we are taking the current, who is the current logged in user, and then we are calling delete user short URLs by passing the list of short URL IDs and the current user. And we have this method. Again, we are checking all of them should not be null. And again, we are using this derived query method. Okay, delete by ID in. So here we are saying delete by ID in. So we are passing a list of long values, right? So it is going to use ID in and then pass all the values that we are passing to this method and created by ID. So it is going to check, okay, take all these short URL IDs and also the user ID. So the query will be like delete from short URLs where ID in and 1, 2, 3 and user ID equals to so and so value. So this is going to work like that. Okay. So one thing we can add this modifying. So usually whenever you are doing something, changing instead of querying, you want to insert or anything like that, delete, update, you can use this modifying to indicate that we are doing a modifying operation. So that is how we can implement this feature. And once it is successfully deleted, we are showing either success message or failure message and then again redirecting to my URLs. So this is how we have implemented my URLs page. Okay. So if you don't select anything, it will be disabled. If you select everything or at least one thing, it gets activated and you can click on that. So that's how my URLs page works. Next, let us go to our admin dashboard. Again, it is going to be very similar to how we have used my URLs. Again, when I click on this admin/dashboard, I have added a admin controller. Again, we have a get mapping for at the class level, I have /admin. At the mapping level, I have dashboard. Here again, I'm taking the pagination parameter and I'm querying find all short URLs and getting them and putting in the model and then rendering it. So in admin dashboard page, we are simply displaying all of the data. We are not even having the select and delete feature as well. Okay, so this is nothing new. Almost what we had did in my URLs page, it is same thing. Okay, only thing is instead of selecting only public URLs or a user specific URLs, we are fetching all the URLs from everybody. Okay, so that's the only change and nothing much. Here again we have a custom method and we are joining the created by as well. Okay, so if we have my URLs and a dashboard also, you can see short URLs, original URLs and who created this and all details. So this is how we have implemented my URLs and admin dashboard. Now let us get into the more interesting part. Currently, we have centralized all our security configuration in our web security config. So here we have first specified what are all the URLs that are allowed to be accessed without authentication. And then we configured what URLs we need to be authenticated to be able to access them and also admin specific URLs. So we have centralized all this configuration here. So there is another approach where instead of configuring these restrictions here, you can only simply configure what are the public URLs that you want to enable access for everyone, and then just configure any other request should be authenticated. You don't configure what are the admin specific URL patterns and everything. So instead you want to use method level annotation based security. Okay, so in order to activate that feature, we need to enable method level security. Okay, so by adding this annotation enable method security, we can use those annotations. Okay, now where we want to secure obviously the admin dashboard should be secured, right? So let us go to admin controller, and here right now we have only one handler method, but even if there are others, they are all going to be accessible by admin only. So I'm going to put the annotation at the class level. Otherwise, if there are places where one is can be accessed by any authenticated user and one can be accessible only for admin users, you can put it the annotation on the method level also. But here I will put it in the class level. Okay, so here I can use pre-authorize and use the same expression. Earlier we have used this expression in our layout template right here. So similar expression we can use here with pre-authorize. Okay, now this can be accessed only if the user has admin role. And similarly, if we want to have such annotation, here also we can add at pre-authorize and also specify has role or any is authenticated. Okay, you can use this, but here it is going to be unnecessary because this can be accessible by only authenticated users, so which is already taken care here, any request authenticated. So apart from this, every other URL should be authenticated, so we don't need this. But let's assume not only for example any delete functionality or anything like that, and not only authenticated. Let's say if you want to have any role, it can be a user or it can be like a moderator if there is such a role. Okay, so you can add these kind of annotations. So when somebody tries to access this, it is going to automatically check whether the current logged in user has this role or not. Okay, so this way you can use method level security instead of centralized configuration at once. So it is up to you which one you prefer. Okay, and next thing and more interesting thing is here we are showing this my URLs for any user who is authenticated. So let's, for example, let's assume we have used the expression of has role of user. So let's assume we use this expression. Okay, now the understanding is this can be accessible for any user who has a role underscore user role assigned to the logged in user. And also assume in our system, it is the assumption is the role admin is capable of doing everything that a normal user can do plus more. So in that case, it is not going to show this my URLs page because in our case, the admin user only assigned admin permission, not user permission. So it is not going to show it. So let us see this. Now I have changed this to has role user, right? Now let me log in and using admin credentials, and it is not going to show up. Okay, so here I will log out and I'm going to log in with admin credentials. And it is showing only admin dashboard. It is not showing this my URLs page because it doesn't know, Spring Security doesn't know that role admin is role user plus more things, right? So how do we convey that? So that is where role hierarchy comes into picture. So we can configure a bean, it's a bean and role hierarchy. Okay. So here we can, let's say, role hierarchy implement dot from hierarchy, simply written. So we can create a role hierarchy implementation by calling the static method and specifying role admin is greater than role user symbol. So what this signifies is everything that a role user can also be done by role admin. Okay, you can, if you have more roles, for example, role moderator or something like that. Okay, you can put this hierarchy into this structure. So now that we have only two roles, let us keep it like this. So with this being defined, let us restart. Now again in our layout page, we have only role user, and in our if we take a look at our database, admin user only has role admin. There is only one role associated, not role user. Role admin is associated to admin@gmail.com. Okay, so now with this configuration of a role hierarchy, let us go and see what happens if we log in. Let me log out and log in again with admin. Now I can see my URLs as well. Okay, so if you have such a role hierarchy concept in your application, you can register this role hierarchy bin and specify in this format, and you should be able to configure in such a way that, okay, anything that can be done by a user with role user can also be done by with role admin as well. Okay, so this is how we can use method level security and a role-based role hierarchy as well. I hope you learned how to use Spring Security's method level security and role hierarchy based security as well. Welcome back. In this section, we are going to implement user registration feature, and we are going to use spring-data-jpa to interact with the database. And then we are going to rewrite user repository using JDBC client instead of spring-data-jpa. And this is mainly for teaching you how to use JDBC client instead of spring-data-jpa, so that you will be familiar with how to use JDBC client to interact with the database in case if you are not using spring-data-jpa in your application and if you prefer to use JDBC client. So let's get started. Implementing user registration is again straightforward based on what we have already seen. So I'm going to quickly walk you through it because it is already we have done something similar already. So here in our layout.html file, we already have a link to register. So when we click on the register link, it is going to access this /register using a GET request. Then I have created a new controller called user controller. And here I have a get mapping request handler to show register form. So here I have created a new registration register user request, a record with the form fields that I am going to use in my user registration page. So here we have email, password, and name, and I have used Jakarta validation annotations, not blank email for email validation, and also for password, and all of them are mandatory, and email should be a valid email address. So I have this one, and when the request come to register page, we are going to put this as a model attribute under the name user and render the register HTML template. So in our templates directory, I have created a new register.html file. So here again, this is a very similar Thymeleaf form where we have the action submitted to /register with method post, and we have bind this user object here, and we have three fields: email, password, and name, and we have used th: field, and then we are displaying if there are any errors related to email field. Similar to that, we have password and then name. Okay, so nothing new, and simply we have a link. If you already have an account, you can go to login. So nothing new. Once we click on register, again we are going to handle that here using post mapping /register, and we have used this model attribute so that all the data that is submitted is going to populate into this object, and also we have this @valid to validate the input data. And again we have binding results so that we can check if there are any form validation errors. If so, we are going to redisplay the registration form with errors. Otherwise, we are creating a create user command similar to how we have created a create short URL command object. Similar to that, I have created email, password, name, and role, and then I have populated that command object with the request parameters that is coming through register user request. So email, password, and name, and here by default, the newly registered user role would be user. So I have created this command object and then I called user service. I have created a new service. Okay, so here I have created a new service called user service and then I have injected user repository and password encoder. If you remember, we have registered a bean of password encoder in our configuration, web security configuration. So here we have registered this bean. So it is going to be injected into this user service. Okay. So now what we are doing in create user, we have taken the command object. First, we are checking whether there is any user already exists with the given email ID. If so, we are throwing the exception. Email already exists. Otherwise, we are creating a new user entity and then we are populating email. And here we received a password value as a plain text and then we are using password encoder.encode to encode this and then set the name role here. I think we should use our role. Okay, and create it at the current time and save. So again, our user repository is extending from JPA repository. So all the features like find by mail, we have already talked about this exist by email. So it is automatically handled by spring-data-jpa using derived query mechanism. So find by is going to be removed and where class is going to be prepared by where email equals to whatever the value it is given. Similarly here it is going to check if there is any record with the given email. If so, it is going to return true, otherwise false. Okay, so this is all the functionality and let us start our application. So I'm going to register as a new user. First, I'm not going to enter anything and then click on register and it will redisplay with the errors here. And then I'm going to register a new user called Ramu, ramu@gmail.com. Password is also Ramu. Okay, so I'm clicking register. Registration is successful. Now I should be able to log in with the newly created user. Okay, I am able to log in and I don't have any URLs yet. Let me create a spring.io 2 days. Okay, I have created one. Now if I go to here, I can see this. So I'm able to successfully register and I'm able to create my own URLs as well. So user registration is working fine. Now let us focus on, if we go back to our code, we have this user repository. What we are going to do, because we have extended from JPA repository, some of the methods are inherited from it and we are able to use it. If we remove this, and how we are going to use JDBC client and implement all the required operations, we are going to see next. So in order to remove this spring-data-jpa from user repository only, but not from short URL, I'm going to continue with that. But here I would like to just demonstrate how we can use JDBC client for user related operations only. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to comment out this part and right now let me stop this, and if I try to build it, it is going to show errors. Here it is saying user repository dot save method is not there. Earlier it was there because we are extending from JPA repository which has save method. So now I'm going to create a new method. Okay, so what else? Are there any other methods we are using that are inherited from? So we are using find by ID. So again create a method that is ID and it is going to return optional of user type. Okay, any other things? No. So now we are going to implement, instead of making it as a interface, I'm going to make it as a class and add this repository annotation, and here I'm going to return empty for now, return false. Okay. Okay, so I have just added this dummy implementation. So here what this is complaining about, optional of user. Okay, these are not public. Earlier it was interface method, so they are all public by default. So here let me make them public. Now everything is all right. Now I need to figure out how I can use JDBC client and implement all these operations. So let's do that. So first let us talk about what is JDBC client. So in Java, we have JDBC API to talk to the database, but it is very low level and usually you need to write a lot of boilerplate code for interacting with the database. So Spring provides earlier a higher level abstraction called JDBC template. So that takes care of all low-level activities of acquiring the connection and then performing the database operations like running some query and then if everything fine, committing the transaction. So all these low-level creating connections, releasing connections, and everything is done behind the scenes and providing a simpler API. But still, JDBC template is kind of a not that modern style. It is a little bit of older style. So recently in Spring Framework 6.1, they have introduced a new API called JDBC client, which is more modern style and also provides a fluent API, which is very developer friendly to use. So we are going to use that and implement all these database operations. And one cool thing is you don't need to add any additional API. When you add spring-data-jpa, in addition to spring-data-jpa dependencies and auto configuration and everything, it already registered JDBC client, which you can inject into our user repository and then start using it. So if you are creating a new project and if you are not using spring-data-jpa, what you can do, you can go and you can select JDBC. So if you add this one, it will automatically auto configure JDBC client. But we have already added this data JPA, means it already configured that for us, and we can inject private final JDBC client. Okay, so we don't need to do anything else. But if you are creating a brand new project and you don't want to use spring-data-jpa, you want to use JDBC client, you can select that JDBC API dependency instead of data-jpa. Okay, so now that we have JDBC client in place, I'm going to quickly implement all these operations and then walk you through it. So I have implemented all these operations using JDBC client here. So first, we have written what is the SQL that we would like to run. So in our case, we want to find a user for the given email. So we have selected all the columns, and from user where email equals to, we are using named parameters. And then we are using JDBC client.SQL, and we are going to pass whatever the SQL we would like to run. And we can call .param and then specify these named parameter values. So for email, I'm going to pass the email. And here is one interesting thing. If the column names are same as the bean names, in our case, user bean names, we can simply call .query and specify the class name. It is going to automatically populate these column values into the properties into user class automatically. If they are same, or even if there is underscore separation, it's going to automatically convert it into a bean property of created capital A-T. Created it. So underscore column names are going to be converted into camel case and then try to populate into this bean. Or if that is not the desired behavior, you can also create a user row mapper. So here we have user row mapper, which implements row mapper and what is the return type user. So then we need to implement this method. And we have a result set here. So we are going to extract the data from result set and then populate all the data into our user bean and return from it. So we can pass a row mapper implementation as well. Okay. And finally, Here we are saying it is going to be an optional, because when somebody passes an email, there can be or may not be a row exist for the given email. So it is going to be 0 or 1. So we are using this optional to return an optional of user type. So for exist by email, again, it's going to be same thing. Like here we are saying, is there any count more than 0 for the given email? And then we are specifying a parameter, and return type is I am simply specifying Boolean. So there is only one value return type. So I am simply returning, it can be either true or false, right? So it is now here I am using single because I just return a single value, which is a Boolean. So I am returning this. And then again we have find by ID. This is very similar to find by email, so no discussion. And finally we have save method. Again we have insert into so and so columns, and then we are using these named parameters here. And finally, PostgreSQL allow you to use this return clause where you can specify what is the generated value you want to return. Here I would like to return the auto incremented property of ID, column value of ID. So in order to retrieve those auto generated columns, I can use this key holder, generated key holder. And again, I am using JDBC client, specifying the SQL I want to run, and then pass the parameters. And finally, while calling this update, I'm passing this key holder. So once this is executed, I can get the auto-generated primary key value of ID like this key holder dot get key as. So I know this ID can be converted into long, so I'm getting it as a long value. I'm just logging it here, but if you want to return that, you can return that. So as you can see, using this Fluent API, it looks much nicer. If you have already used JDBC template, you might know that was not so nice. It can get things done, but this looks much nicer. So here is how we can use JDBC client and then interact with the database. But the point of using both repository, like here we have repositories. I implemented all the user repository operations using JDBC client and short URLs using spring-data-jpa. Just to demonstrate, here is how you can use both spring-data-jpa and JDBC client as well. Okay. Now let's test it once. I'm going to start. I'm going to, log in or okay, so here I'm going to log in with admin. So login is working fine, which means I'm able to use some of the user login methods. Now I'm going to register as a new user. So we'll use john@gmail.com. Okay, I'm able to register successfully. Let me log in with John credentials. So I'm able to log in with John. So behind the scenes, all this registration and everything is using our newly implemented user repository with JDBC client. So they are all working fine. So cool. So finally, we have implemented all the features that we have planned in for URL shortener application. So in the next section, we are going to clean up our application code a little bit, and then finally we are going to Dockerize our URL shortener application and run both our application and PostgreSQL in Docker using Docker Compose. Welcome back to the final part of the URL shortener application series. In this part, we are going to learn how to Dockerize a Spring Boot application, and then we are going to run both our Spring Boot application and PostgreSQL database as Docker containers by using Docker Compose. So let's get started. Usually, to build a Docker image, we can write a Docker file and specify all the steps that we want to run in order to create our Docker image. But Spring Boot already integrates with Packetto build packs, and it integrates with Spring Boot Maven plugin and Gradle plugins, where you can simply run a build tool command and you can generate a Docker image using the build packs behind the scenes. So in our application, we can simply go to console and run this maven command. So here I am using maven wrapper spring-boot build-image. So this is the command I can use to build a Docker image from my Spring Boot application. And then I can customize the Docker image name by specifying this spring-boot dot build-image dot image name equals to, so my Docker Hub username is sivaprasad slash, and I'm giving the application name spring-boot-url shortener. So by running this command, it is going to use Packetto build packs behind the scenes and create a Docker image. So as you can see, it is building a Docker image with name sivaprasad slash spring boot URL shortener. So now our Docker image is created successfully. So instead of every time passing the image name from command line, we can also configure in our pom.xml what is the default Docker image name that we want to give. So you don't need to pass every time like this. So instead of giving hard-coded name, I am referring my project artifact ID. So here, now instead of running a command previously by passing this argument of image name, I can simply run spring boot build image. So it is going to run and create a Docker image with whatever the name I have specified over here. So here you can see it is building the same image with the given name. So that is how simple it is to build a Docker image from our Spring Boot application. So all you need to have is running Docker on your machine so that it can use Docker engine and then build the Docker image. So once I have built the Docker image of our Spring Boot URL shortener application, I have created a folder called Docker. Inside that I have Docker compose YAML file. And here I have specified two services. One is to create a PostgreSQL, and it is similar to how we have used earlier, except that we are not mapping the port to our host machine 5432, and we have defined another service for our application itself. So this is the image we have just built, and we are giving a container name, and we need to pass our Spring data source properties that is pointing to this container. So here, instead of using localhost, we are giving the host name as whatever is given here. So we are referencing this as the host name, and it is going to be the Docker containers port of PostgreSQL, which is 5432. And Postgres is all our username, password, and database name. And our application is by default exposing 8080. So we are mapping that onto our host. And also we are specifying this service depends on PostgreSQL. So with this configured, now we can go to console and let me cd into Docker. So here I can run Docker compose up -d. So before that, let me ensure I am not running any other container. So here I have a PostgreSQL running earlier. So let me delete that. Now I am running this. Let us see. Okay, it is spinning up. If everything fine, we should be able to access our application. Yes, I am able to. So here we are not running our application from our IDE. Both the container PostgreSQL and our application both are running in Docker Compose. So here I'm able to access the application also. So if I click on it, it's going nowhere. There was a bug in our code earlier. While accessing the short URL, we are only checking whether it is not null, but we are not checking whether it is actually true. So even if it is false, it is going and checking the created by equals to the given user ID or not. So we need to add this get is private, so that if it is only private, then it's going to check for whether the current user is authorized to access that or not. So I have just added this condition and rebuilt the image and restarted the application. Now let us go ahead and re-access this URL, and it is opening the original URL. So it's looking fine. So this is how you can Dockerize your Spring Boot application, and then you can run both the application itself and its dependencies. Right now we have only PostgreSQL. Otherwise, if your application is also using like Redis or any other things, you can also run them and then point your Spring Boot properties to those services. So one thing to note here, so if you take a look at our application.properties, we are defining spring.datasource.url to this URL, JDBC URL. So these are kind of a default values that you can put in your application, but when you are deploying in certain environment like QA environment or production or any other environment, you may want to pass different values for it. So you don't actually need to change it. Simply, you can override these values using environment variables. So how do we pass the environment variables to override any of these parameters? Simply, we need to capitalize these keys and change dots to underscore. That way you can pass any overridden values, and the environment variables will get high priority than what you configured in application properties. So that's what we are doing here. So as environment, we are specifying spring_datasource_URL, which is nothing but we are overriding this. Okay, so similarly we are overriding both username and password as well, and instead of using localhost, now it is pointing to this host name as Postgres. So this is how you can deploy your application. So I hope overall you find this URL shortener application using Spring Boot useful to learn a wide range of concepts. So overall, I think this Spring Boot's URL shortener application is very useful for you, and we have covered quite a lot of things in this course, and I hope this is helpful for you. Thanks for watching. And